developer team. Writing documentation or reading documentation is more, they both quite a bit, and so Chuck can do both for them. Right? And the same is true for the code base, right? The models now are good enough to sort of understand a code base that's sort of medium size, right? And walk you through how it works. And then when it comes to fixing, same thing, right? If you provide a stack trace and a whole bunch of code, then obviously GenAI can sort of sometimes, for most of the time, guide you in the right direction, and perhaps even suggest some fixes. And we have another bot around sort of doing this continuously. So the technical, again, there's something that humans don't really want to do, like maintaining accurate readmes or maintaining accurate whatever, right? So you can have a bot sort of just do this for you on a daily, weekly basis, and then generate PRs. All right, so those were the use cases, but we'll talk about how to actually make them happen in production, right? So let's talk operations here. So you may have seen the curve on the left here is the Gartner hype cycle, right? So when a new technology comes along, people get very excited, and then they get very disappointed. The ones that don't get too disappointed sort of make it work, and then eventually it sort of plateaus, right, productivity-wise. And for AI, it's exactly the same thing, right? So I've sort of reshaped the curve a little bit to be slightly more realistic. Right? With AI, the first peak is extremely high, right? People get really excited the first time they see a RAG chatbot or whatever, right? And then reality hits pretty hard, right? And so what happens after that is, operation, right? Making it work, right, for basis. And I'm going to describe what it takes to get there. And so eventually you reach that new normal with AI where everybody uses it. And so that's sort of what we're calling here the boring AI, right? It just works, it's part of the workflow, people expect it to be there, it's useful, and people won't really just sort of amazed by it anymore, right? So how do we get there? Well, there's a number of steps to get there, right? So get blown away by a prototype, but before you get to true business impact at the bottom here, you have to go through all of these steps here. So internally at NetApp, by the way, we have a whole bunch of bright engineers who are going to build a whole bunch of prototypes, right? You may also buy sort of AI applications as well, and I'll describe in the next slide that even if you buy AI application, you still have to go through a whole bunch of those steps. So I'm going to go through each of them in 3 or 4 slides here, but in a nutshell, yeah, you got to worry about obviously source control. That's sort of, and all kinds of DevOps best practices. That's sort of obvious, right? Then you got to worry about where you're going to run this thing. You have to worry about whether or not it's secure or secure enough for your own guidelines internally. You have to make sure that your legal department isn't going to be too upset with you, right, depending on what you want to do. You have to make sure that you monitor the application, make sure it works all the time, because if it doesn't work, obviously you don't get any value. You have to make sure it doesn't cost a whole lot, right? You got some sort of cost control involved. You have to understand who is spending what for what purpose, and whether we're okay with that. And then when it does break, you need a team of people who understand the whole stack, right? Because with AI, if you have models in the cloud, well, you need somebody who understands sort of the network layout and then who to file a ticket against when things go wrong. Right? And then the hard part is once you've done all this and you have an application that works all the time, well, you need to get users to actually use it to get value. If they don't use it for excellent application, you don't get any business value. And then you have to make sure that you get the value you were hoping to get. A set of metrics that look at whether or not you're reaching your goals, right? And if you're not, then you got to iterate, right? You see put a loop back here. You sort of have to iterate between metrics and adoption for a while. That's the ramp up that was described on the curve earlier, right? And then eventually, once you've done all this, hopefully you get true business value. Right? So I'm going to go through a few. So first, yeah, next slide. Yeah, even if you, like I was saying, even if you do buy an application from a vendor, you still have to worry about security and compliance and monitoring and so on, right? All of it still applies. So let's dive in a little bit here in the next 3 slides. So if you start from a prototype, obviously it's going to have to be source control. That's sort of obvious, right? But not only that, but you're going to need sort of very strong sort of test coverage right off the gate, right? You're going to need for those tests to run, so you can merge, you can gate all the merges, right? You need to have a very strong sort of CI/CD story. You need numbered versions so that everybody knows at any given time what runs where. And then something we've sort of learned more recently is automated upgrades are important, And so it's easy and to just build an image and then forget about it, right? But what we found out is that if you don't actually automate upgrades of your dependencies, well, once you want to make changes to that app and you haven't upgraded anything in a year, well, then it probably doesn't work anymore. So you're off sort of upgrading as fast as possible, as soon as possible, so you identify issues right away. That's the deployment phase. So at NetApp, we have two sorts of compute resources, a whole bunch of ephemeral ones that last, a number of weeks or something. But obviously, an AI application is going to have to run a year or 2 or 3 or maybe more, right, if it's very successful. And so the way we do this is with Kubernetes. Kubernetes are great because it sort of isolate a whole bunch of concerns away from application developers and onto like the Kubernetes people, right? We don't have to worry about, we don't have to maintain, we don't even have to know where it runs or any of that, right? The applications, people can do a thing, and then another set of people worry about the clusters and the health of everything else. And with Kubernetes, we also get sort of automated remediation at times, right? Images can move around based on things that are happening in particular nodes. And also allows for a rollback strategy when things do go wrong, how to go back to a better state, the previous known good state. And then, yeah, you're also going to need a staging environment, right? So a human can actually test before something goes into production. All that is probably obvious to us. It's part of the journey to go from prototype to actual production application. Security-wise, same thing. There's a number of things to worry about here. In general, our security team wants to know who is using it, what they're doing, and then they're really interested in where the data goes, right? Because we don't want to be, in the news having like leaked all kinds of stuff to a third party. So we really want to understand where the data goes when it comes to AI stuff, right? So we control every data point. We have to understand if our stuff is going to be kept anywhere that we are not aware of. So we have to ask our vendors, okay, what happens here, right? Until we understand, all right, this is where our data is going to be, and are we okay with that or not? Next one. And then same thing. So we have security requirements, and then we have sort of compliance requirements. So some of them legal requirements that you don't necessarily think about. We have a whole bunch of contract requirements with vendors. We also have, even if you're not going to pay for, we're not going to pay for an application, we still have license requirements that we have to follow. And then usage limits, right? So I don't have to tell you that AI at times lives sort of a gray area legal-wise, right? And so our legal team sort of tells us what we can do and what we cannot do. And so then we have to make sure that that's the case. That's what our users, not only our users are aware of it, but then they have no choice but to do that. Monitoring, yeah, all right, so we've got to monitor nodes, the application, Slack alerts, and so on, right? That's sort of how we do it internally. Cost control, same thing here. So we are, as our AI, our usage grows, our costs grow, we don't spend our money too fast, right? So we have like soft thresholds, hard limits, and then we have like big panic buttons where we can just like quickly step, okay, you can't spend anymore until we talk to you for a bit. Next slide. All right, and then the support part is probably you sort of have to build a team because an AI application is going to rely on a whole bunch of components, right? So I mentioned Kubernetes already, but they themselves rely on hardware, and then they rely on networking, right? And then we're going to rely on AI models in the cloud as well, right? So when something goes wrong, then somebody has to understand who to talk to and whose problem it is and so on. And if you've ever dealt with networking issues, sometimes it can be pretty complicated. And then once you've done that once, you better like sort of document what you've learned in a post-mortem. Otherwise, you keep redoing the same thing over and over and over. And then the last two, let's say you've done all of this that I just said here. Well, then you have to get users to actually use the application to get value, right? And humans are, they don't necessarily want to change their habits, right? So sometimes you have to tell them, repeat the same thing a few times in a few different formats, by email, by videos, and so on, to get them to use the stuff, right? And then you have to sort of show them the features, and then you have to make onboarding very fast, right? Like our developers, any humans, sort of limited patience on how do you learn a new thing, right? So the easier it is, the better it is. And then the only way to get value is for them to actually get something useful out of your app, right? So you have to understand whether or not they are getting it, and if they're not getting it, why that is, right? So we sort of combine metrics so we understand what people are doing or not doing, then we iterate between metrics and new features. We see a certain pattern or a certain lack of pattern, and then we integrate new features, and then we see if the adoption grows. Right, so I'm going to show you, or we're going to go through 2 examples of that process. And the first one is GitHub Copilot.
Yeah. So I'm going to go over the 9 examples or concepts that Jerome said on, specifically with GitHub. Can you go to the next slide? Yeah. So specifically, I'm going to cover that over some challenges of how we use some of these ideas. So for instance, one of the challenges that we've had was getting access to Copilot. I'll also cover how we train users to actually use all the new AI features, and then how we actually track success. And so, you can keep it there for a second. So right now, what I have here is like our adoption, right? So this is what our adoption curve looks like for actual using Copilot. So about half of our engineering team use Copilot on a weekly basis, essentially, at this point. So how users get access. So one of the first issues we had very early on was users getting access actually to Copilot. So most of our on-prem tools, the way it works is you just log in and you have access. GitHub's a little different, right? GitHub is a service outside of app. You have to have a different username and password. You have to get into the right IDP group so you can log in. And there's a bunch of little steps that, if you've never gone through that process before, is kind of painful to get logged in. So what we ended up doing here was we created a process where once a user created their GitHub user account, they'd go to a page that they just entered their NetApp username. We walk them through each of the steps, like make sure your email address is there. We would check and then put on the little issue saying, hey, you don't have your email address. We added them to the right IDP groups. We gave them all the steps so that essentially anything that could be automated on the getting access to Copilot parts could be automated so that they got access significantly faster. So we went from having it was like 30 or 40 issues a week of people having issues getting access to about 2 or 3. And so it helped drive adoption as users could easily get access to the tool and start actually using it. Once users started getting access, we started looking at cost, right? So there's a bunch of different costs associated with Copilot. And the first one is just going to be licenses, right? Users sometimes will use the tool, sometimes will not. So we ended up creating an automated process to check when users are using their licenses. And if they go 60 days without using a license, we just remove their license to save that cost. And so that was like the easy thing we did right away. The harder costs are when we get to things like premium models, right? So every model has a different cost in Copilot, and we have 2 sets of licenses. So we have business and enterprise. Business license lets users have 300 free premium requests. Enterprise lets them have 1,000. And so we would monitor when users would go over that and just switch them to the higher license to save cost on actually running the models. We also have a group of users who have decided, hey, my AI requests always need to use the most expensive model all the time. So we monitor that and email those users letting them know that, hey, Opus, while it's great, should not be used for every single AI request that you have. Training's another one that's really kind of hard. So if you just rewind 10 months ago to the beginning of the year, GitHub Copilot was just autocomplete when you type and ask mode. There was nothing else at that point with Copilot. Today, you have a dozen different models you can pick from. You have MPC servers you can set up. You have custom instructions. You have prompts, a ton of new features that have been added. And so keeping users up to date with that has been somewhat of a challenge. So we've broken that into 3 groups. The easiest one is just your standard documentation. That's your Confluence or Wiki documentation where you just tell users, here's how you get it, and here's how the features work. What we started to do that we found was very useful was we created these monthly videos where we did a deep dive on an actual, in this case, I have an example here of agent mode, but just how a specific feature worked, how they can use it, actual showing them how it works, and then ideas of how they can use it in their own workflows. And then recently we started doing weekly office hours. So that's like a 30-minute period where people can just come in, ask questions, get help, and talk with other users who are having similar questions. And it's helped kind of get users to know some features that they weren't aware of. And then last is just getting, are we getting value out of this, right? One of the problems with getting a tool that is not in-house is you're 100% dependent on GitHub, in this case Microsoft, for metrics. And so they had very limited metrics to begin with. Right now, what we've ended up doing is they have two APIs. One API that just tells you, does the user use the tool or not? And the second one just saying how much like a team or an org use the tool. So like we can't, at the moment, get user level metrics, so we ended up creating teams for every manager, and then syncing that with our IDP group into GitHub so that we could keep those teams up to date. And so we ended up creating dashboards for the various managers, every level up, so that they can see just as a high level, my team is creating this many lines of code with AI. GitHub has finally added user level metrics, so that was released last week. So if you're an enterprise admin, you'll now have a dashboard like this as of last week, where you can actually see user-specific metrics and download those. We're working right now internally to make dashboards for that, so we can get more granular level. But these are like some of the challenges that we've had with Copilot.
All right, thanks, Chris. All right, so the other application we're going to talk about is what we call the LLM proxy. So when you get started with AI, you realize that you have now a whole bunch of options in terms of where to get your models from, right? So your models might be in the cloud. Here I've put Azure and GCP, right? But you may also have, at the bottom here, models on-prem. So you realize that if you want to expose AI to your developers and you don't do anything else, so they're going to have to deal with a whole lot of different endpoints. They're going to have to deal with a whole lot of different authentication tokens and schemes. They're going to have to deal with even different API protocols between models, right? You don't talk to an OpenAI model the same way that you talk to a Gemini model, for example. And then on the admin side, you're going to have to deal with all kinds of different consoles and reporting mechanisms. So our solution to that, to help with, next slide, right? So to help with all the concern that we've described so far, right? Whether security, compliance, deployment, and so on. This application we call the LLM proxy, and it's an API gateway, basically, right? And so it provides to our developers and our internal applications single URL. It helps us load balance across regions. It helps us sort of hide all the differences between clouds and on-prem models. It helps us track the costs and the activity, again, per user, per application. And then we can sort of set limits as well on how fast we can spend our money, right? And all that is built on an open source project called LLM, and we support them with a support contract, right? So we build this. It's actually two applications, right? It's both an API server that mediates every call between developers and models, and it's also a web application where we let them sort of get, first of all, tokens to even gain access, right? But then we also show them a whole bunch of metrics on how their application is doing and how much money they're spending, and then we sort of combine all the documentation in that web application as well. So one of the first things that there's on are all the models, right? There are more models, honestly, every week, right? And it's pretty hard as a user to understand the differences between, let's say, 5 mini and 5 nano and 5 chat, and forget about all the Claudes and all the Gemini models, right? So what we try to do is we try to simplify the differences, and we show them this view in the LLM proxy web application. Show them a catalog of models organized by type here. You can see chat, embedding, re-rank, right? And we show them what the models can do. We show them how much it costs, the quotas that we get from the vendors. And then we try to sort of simplify the complexity by showing them like, those little dollar, I don't know if you can see here, dollar bills, the brains and whatnot. We show them, okay, well, we think it's that smart, and we think it's that fast, and we think it costs that much, right? That's not enough, honestly, to pick a model, right? Developers will have to play around and see what works best for their use case, but that's where they start. And then again, we can then show them, once they get a token and we create an application, we can show them what is happening with their application. So we can show them here, I'm showing the cost per user for this particular users here, or a set of tokens. Right? So that's how we let users understand their cost and hopefully manage it, right? On top of all the other alerting that we have on our end, we sort of rely on users to keep an eye on it and make sure that they're not spending suddenly tens of thousands of dollars. The other thing we do in the LLM proxy is we show users what already exists. Because that's, when you have 2,000 bright engineers, a whole bunch of them are going to have the same idea at the same time. And so one thing we got to do is we got to show them what already exists, so that, okay, we know that people are going to reinvent the wheel, but if it's just 2 instead of 10 people, that's better, right? So we show them a registry of registered application that go through this LLM proxy, and we say, this team, I don't know if you can, it's very tiny here, but we show them who owns, what application exists, who owns them, where is the code, where is the URL, and then we show them, and that's the 3 boxes at the end, and we show them how many users that application has. So it gives them an idea of how perhaps mature the application is, right? Or at least at very minimum, how popular the application is. So that gives them a start, and you can say, oh yeah, I was going to build that. I can instead go talk to that team and understand, all right, can we actually handle my use case? If not, can I at least learn from them, right? So it's a way to sort of decentralize innovation at NetApp, right? The tools team isn't in charge of solving every problem. We also rely on teams to solve their own problems. On the admin side, since we now have this mediator of every call, we can now provide our admin with a single view. So here what I'm showing is all the, right, end of October. You can see it's hundreds of errors that we're getting, right? And the errors are organized by type. Because a lot of the errors are user errors, right? So all they send too much content, or their token had expired, right? Or we're using a model that doesn't exist, and so on, right? So that let us, on the admin side, zero in on really what is urgent, right? Obviously, these errors we can ignore, right? But if suddenly a model starts misbehaving, that's where the fun starts. Because now we have to understand, all right, what's happening? Who's going to get the ticket? Are we going to have to contact Azure support or whatnot, right? Or is this something internally? Is the firewall misbehaving or whatnot, right? So we do that. We track all the errors. We track, again, the same way, all the cost. And then we control how fast people can spend money by setting concurrency limits. On top of, on the compliance side, we disable sort of features that our own legal team doesn't want us to use, or security team, right? So that's how we protect ourselves here. We only let developers use what, as a company, we've agreed they can use. And so this is supported by a group of people. It's really a team effort to do this. There's our team that answers the call, but then they contact other teams to get issues resolved. So it is still growing. The usage only is still growing. So I'm showing you here the number of tokens. That's in billion, right, per week. So we were at 2 billion a week in June. We were at 6 billion not too long ago, and then something is happening in October, November, and we'll see if that lasts, right? Since then, we're also adding, we integrated an MCP gateway, right? If you know what MCP is. Very similarly, we sort of front MCP servers at NetApp for the same reasons. It allows us to, first of all, communicate what MCP servers are sort of quote unquote allowed or preferred, right? So people don't use random MCP servers. And then it also see who is doing what, where, and why, right? And then obviously we're adding more cloud models, and then more on-prem models. So the options there keep growing, and it's a good thing. It makes our life a little more complicated, but it's a good thing in general to have so much option. The other use case we want to talk about today is a knowledge chatbot. And that's because this is sort of prime example of how you go from a prototype to true business value, right? So a RAG chatbot is one of the easiest things to set up. You can do this in like 20 minutes, right? And you can create a great demo in like 2 hours, right? And maybe you've done this yourself. Maybe you've built one, right? It's very easy to sort of think that you've come up with a great way to answer a whole bunch of questions, right? You've ingested, let's say, a few PDFs, and then you have an index, and then, oh, you can answer questions on the PDFs, right? But that's really just the start of a long journey. I would say you're about 10% there before you can even say that you've achieved something that's tangible, that has business value. So we have one of those. I'm going to call here the engineering knowledge chatbot. We feed thousands of pages of internal documentation, and then we let people ask questions on that documentation. But next slide, right? But immediately, once you put that in place, immediately you have pretty important challenges. So the first one for us, again, we're about 2,000 engineers, and the list of tools that they use is pretty wide, right? And so the first step for us is, okay, what tools are people going to ask questions about? First of all, where is the documentation for that tool? And who owns the documentation for that tool? Right? In a large company, sometimes it's not obvious. You sort of have to dig, right? And then you have to document who it is and who owns it, right? And what's great about a chatbot to do this, right, compared to a search engine, is that you get the actual questions that people were asking for, right? So you know exactly what they wanted to know, and you know exactly what answers they got, right? So you get suddenly great visibility on whether your documentation is any good. And guess what? It probably isn't any good, right? And so if you track that, then now you can start improving documentation over time. But to do that, well, somebody's going to have to figure out why the answers are bad. Right? It might be the chatbot itself, right? Maybe your chunking strategy, whatever, right? That you're screwing up all the tables, perhaps. I don't know, right? But somebody has to go through all the bad answers and then, classify them, right? Is this a chatbot problem? Is this a user problem? Did they ask, like, is the sky blue? And obviously the chatbot isn't, whatever, right? Or is this a documentation problem in the people who own the documentation are going to have to do something? Next one. And then on top of that, at NetApp, not everybody has access to everything, right? Some of that stuff is compartmentalized. So if you're going to create a chatbot and ingest content, well, you have to also follow the same permissions as the source knowledge that you indexed. Right? You can't really avoid that, but that's part of the complexity. Maybe you didn't think about that when you created a prototype, but you got to do it right before you can put it in production. And then you do all that, and you realize, oh, actually, okay, well, the content keeps changing, so now I have to index on a daily basis, right? So you need another piece of software that does that just keeps the content up to date. And then once again, let's say you do all this and you're very sort of proud of it, now you have to get people to use it. Right? So again, if you have 2,000 engineers, you're not going to get them to try a new URL tomorrow. It's just not going to happen. It will take weeks, months before all of them try it, right? So how do you sort of speed up faster answers to the people who need them, who might not know that your tool exists? So next slide. So what we've realized is that a RAG chatbot is really, it's not one service, it's 4 services, right? So it's the chatbot itself, the UI, right, where users answer the questions and the answers. But it's also a completely different application for content owners, right? So it's the people who actually own the tools and own the content. We have to show them what questions users are asking, what answers they're getting, and whether or not they're happy with it, right? So we let users sort of provide thumbs up and down, right? And then we need those SMEs, those subject matter experts, to then help us understand where the bad answer comes from, right? So they're going to have to do some triaging and say, oh, yeah, it's my fault, or no, it's not my fault. It was like the chatbot didn't work, right? The third piece of that, okay, is the constant index refresh, right? That's not too complicated. And then the fourth one is around adoption, right? That UI, that new URL you created, good luck getting 2,000 people. But if instead it can be your chatbot can be a REST API, well, then you can integrate that with other workflows that your developers are going through, right? And maybe you get adoption a lot faster that way. And we've done that. We've integrated actually this particular chat in another chatbot that had way more users. And then people don't even have to know about the other UI, right? It just works. So So what we've realized through that exercise, it's not very surprising, is that chatbot are garbage in, garbage out. And by and large, the main bottleneck to good answers is good and relevant documentation. And it's, for the technical team, perhaps a little disappointing because it's no longer a technical problem. It becomes a management problem, right? So now you have to ensure that your teams have the time to prioritize solving documentation problems. And it's your only way out of that problem, right? If you don't show them what's not working, it doesn't get better, and the documentation will stay poor forever. All right, so that is almost the end of our talk. So I'm going to leave you with three sort of main takeaways here. One is, AI is not boring at all. AI is exciting, more exciting every week, frankly. But making AI boring means making it reliable, impactful, indispensable, right? Rather than this amazing thing that is going to solve world hunger, right? And frankly, it's a journey and we're not done. AI adoption is still growing internally, and I expect it to keep growing as tools get better. Perfect, and we have a few minutes for questions if you have any. Yes?
How much time do you think the rest of the engineers are spending as they're adopting the AI tooling, working on internal AI, like feeding it, writing documents, like configuring their internal workflows and whatnot versus the output?
Mind repeating that with the microphone? Or
Yeah, so
perfect.
how much time do you think the engineers are spending on not using the AI, but configuring the AI for their individual expertise areas, like feeding it documentation, configuring stuff internally versus getting to use it?
Oh yeah, well, I would say we have two types of users. We have early adopters who are willingly going to do all the legwork to be the first one to use something cool, right? And then we have users who don't want to spend any time doing any of that, and it's just going to have to work within the confine of what they're already using, right? So in general, we try to minimize the setup time because that's the barrier to adoption, right?
Okay,
So
thanks.
ideally, the answer to your question is 0. It should just work, right? That's how you get the best adoption. In reality, yes, there is a little bit of setup involved.
Hi. Do you still require all the changes generated by AI to be reviewed by people, or how does that work?
Software changes?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. Yes, that is yeah.
So isn't that becoming obvious bottleneck?
It is, yeah, it is. So we have an application that generates unit tests, for example. And so our ability to get those reviewed is lower than our ability to generate the unit test in the first place. So we're definitely bottlenecked by human review right now. And that's because, we don't trust AI to just do stuff just yet. And that's true for code, that's true for MCP tooling as well, right? So some tooling will require humans to say, yes, I really want you to create a new page or do that. It's still a very critical part of AI interaction today. You can only trust AI so far or so much, right?
And maybe you can mention some limitations you guys run into, like developers complaining on, I don't know, for example, it's really good for tests, or some new features that are well documented, but maybe it struggles with some, bug fixes in some complex code.
Yeah, definitely. And I think teams are learning sort of every day what they can get off what tool and what model, right? Yeah, it's not perfect yet, but it's getting, so it was so much better, it's so much better today than it was 2 years ago.
And what about limitations of models themselves? For example, what we find is that, let's say with Cloud Code, the models with the 200K context is really limiting, especially if you add some MCP tools. That's you can just cut this in half, and basically now you cannot really work with large code bases. It has a limit of like 25,000 tokens per file it can load and stuff like that.
That's true, it's true, but I don't know if you heard of the concept of overturned window, right? The discussions we have today, we were not having them 2 years ago. Like, it's amazing how far, right, the progress has been. So yes, it's not, there's a whole bunch of limitations still, but it's way better than it used to be. Still have to understand what it can and cannot do. That's unavoidable right now, right? For all the reasons that you mentioned, right? Limited context. And even within the full context, right, we know that models don't necessarily are sort of blind to some of it, right? They can see like sort of the start and the end better, and they can see what's in the middle. Yeah, so there is a learning curve to all that. But frankly, if you use, let's say, Cursor or one of those agentic AI tools, it's pretty, I don't know, I'm still amazed by it. Can be done, right? Even if it can't do all of it for me.
Do you guys have maybe like some best practices that you were able to develop internally? For example, I know Opus or Gemini is best used for planning, but Sonnet is best used for coding or stuff like that.
So yeah, so on the GitHubs, we prefer Sonnet. So like a lot, we let developers choose what they want. So we kind of said Sonnet tends to be better. We had a huge, like the moment we added Sonnet, people switch and have stuck to it. So before we allowed models, we were stuck like on the GitHub side with, I think it's GPT-4, one is what's the base for Copilot. Once we turned on Sonnet and told people it was a little bit better, a lot of people tried it out and then just switched. So like, I think it's 70% of all automation today is on Sonnet 4 or 4.5, because developers switched and it was significantly better. I think as more models come out, we'll continue to switch as context is so it can do more with large code bases, or faster, right? Like Opus can be very slow. But yeah, so we do switch. Like we did see a very quick switch from GPT-4 to Sonnet 4 when we enabled it as developers started using it.
And the last one, I promise. But for specific tasks, for example, so like for coding, Sonnet is best, but for Codex for like reviews, we find that Codex actually gives better results reviewing the code, right? Not really writing the code. But, do you guys distinguish do you have like best practices what to use for which specific task?
So we didn't talk about really the tool that does code review a whole lot. But we do see that rates of review comments, and we saw sometimes we've now twice reversed a change in models, right? We'll switch that particular tool to a new model, and then we see the acceptance rates sort of drop, and then we just go back to like another model. So you're correct. There are definitely models that are better at certain tasks. It's just that models don't come with like a manual, right? It's sort of stuff that you have to find out on your own.
And like every month, there's a new version or a new model, so it is changing very quickly as well.
Okay, I lied. One more.
One more.
So,
Okay.
And for example, for review especially, do you guys try to use like multiple models in like sense that the more the better, or it was too many false positives? And
we try to find the best ones out of all the ones that we have to. It's really how we go about it. Right? We don't let users really pick. We just have internal metrics to help us decide which one provides the best results. And all of that is prompt dependent. Your prompt might not work with this model, might work better with this model on top of what the models themselves are able to do. So it's a sort of complicated dance there to find the sweet spot. What prompt will work with what model to give you the best results. And so you do need a DevOps strategy there. You need the ability to, and metrics. You have the ability to track what the actual results are, not just sort of send bottles to the ocean and hope that somebody finds them. That's the whole talk.
thank you very much.
Yeah.
I think all your questions were great. Very interesting. Thank you. So I have a question. So I see what my company's doing in this area. I see what you guys are doing. I feel like any company your size is pretty much going about this the same way and relying on the external infrastructure? Now, obviously, I'm in your building, I'm drinking your coffee, so you guys are clearly the best on the planet at this. But let's hypothetically say that there was a company out there called NetFoo, and they're your competitor, right? And obviously they're inferior, but you guys are the best. But there's NetFoo out there, and they're competing against you. And you guys come out with your GORP, right? And you've got this whole AI infrastructure spread out across the cloud that has helped you build GORP. And the NetFoo people, honestly, with their evil hearts, look at you and say, oh my gosh, we got to meet them in the market. And so they go to their infrastructure, and they tell their infrastructure, our prompt is, give me NetApp food. And then 2 months later, thanks to the fact that you guys have shared your cloud AI infrastructure across the planet, they spits out your implementation in their context. So,
So that's part of the, when I talked about compliance requirements and contract requirements, that is very specifically what teams and security teams protect us against, right, is this exact scenario. We make sure that none of our IP leaks outside NetApp, right?
well, I don't know about security people and your legal people, but when I talk to them, it's very clear to me they don't understand what I'm doing.
Well, there's two levels of security, right? There's a security features and then there's contract requirements. Right? So you sort of use both to get some trust that people that you're giving your money to are going to handle the data the way they said they were going to handle your data. That's part of the risk in here, right? You have to trust cloud vendors that they are going to follow the contract you have with them and not lose your data or give it to somebody else, right?
And how confident are you that
Well,
the protections are keeping up with the level of innovation?
I think that, that's up to our procurement people, legal people, and which vendor we're comfortable trusting and not trusting.
So hypothetically, the NetFoo GORP scenario is a real world threat.
It's a real world what?
It's a real threat.
Yeah, if you're gonna, yes, if you use a certain number of AI tools out there, they keep your data, right? You send them and then they keep it, and sometimes they even train models, where's your data? So then you lose your intellectual property that way, right? So yeah, we don't do that, right? We rely on contracts and features to make sure that that particular scenario does not happen.
Thank you.
Hey, in one of the previous usage graphs that displayed the number of tokens generated, you guys went from 6 billion tokens generated per week or something to 16. What are you guys doing over there?
What are we doing? So those were not generated tokens, so it's total tokens, right? So it's both, it's the sum of what we send and what we receive, right? So I suspect that somebody is creating a big index of something internally, is my guess.
Then we also turned on the MPC gateway at that time, so it could be a little bit of that as well.
So I think this all happened within the month of
Yeah,
October.
yeah. So, but we know that usage is increasing. People are finding more and more use cases, right? And since we've decentralized innovation, we have some visibility via the registry that I showed, right? But sometimes we don't necessarily always know for a while what people are doing internally, right?
And like on the GitHub side, like since we track how many requests a user made, if I just go back 2 months ago, I think I had like 4 users who went over 1,000 requests. This month I'm over, I think it's like 150 that have made over 1,000 requests. So like the number of people using AI is using AI and the amount they're using AI internally is going up exponentially as well.
All right. No, one more.
So I tend to ask this question at the end every time I'm at a talk where someone's presenting about AI. So don't take this the wrong way. How addicted is maybe the word, but like if tomorrow the AI went away or was broken or unavailable, like as your AI adoption has increased, like how much risk have you potentially exposed yourself to development flows, internal workflows, CI integration, like all that sort of stuff? If the AI infrastructure disappeared, like how linked are you now to that being there? Like if it went away tomorrow, how much of your developer workflows, how much of your developer productivity would go?
Yeah, it wouldn't be good, right? It wouldn't be good. That's just reality, right? It's so useful that it's getting deployed everywhere. Yeah, it's a risk, but it's also an opportunity, right? It helps us go faster in a number of ways.
Okay, well, I'm asking like, okay, great. So yeah, it has a hiccup because it's an external thing. And I'm asking from a position of I also deal with this at work. So it goes away temporarily. Does that mean all of the workflows inside the company that use
No,
it
not
break?
all of them. Yeah, no.
Okay.
Not all of them. Yeah, it's not like we would just go home and chill for a bit. No, people still do work. It's just, yeah, some areas are going to be.
Okay, so
also
it's not integrated so tightly right now that like it can't go away.
That's correct.
ever.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's mad. Yes.
Yes.
All right. No, one more.
So in terms of adoption, AI tools, obviously there's like the really easy, I'm going to do a chat, I'm going to do some completion while I'm typing into a file. Maybe you using agents, maybe you go all the way start doing MCP. Do you see adoption following a trend you would expect with the complexity of the AI tooling?
The trend that we would expect.
Yeah.
Yeah. So in general, I would say it's obvious during hackathons, for example, right? The hackathons follow very well the trends, the overall AI trends, right? So when MCP came out, you may recall that our hackathon, the latest one, had a whole bunch of MCP projects in it, right? So I would say that our developers do pay attention to what's happening in AI. They are trying to learn the latest thing. So in that sense, yes, absolutely.
Any last questions? Thanks, guys.
1, 2, 1, 2. I'll go up there. Hello, my name is Michael.
Hey folks, if we want to come make our way back to our seats, we can get ready to talk. All right, so our next talk, Michael Windsor from Alpha Omega, and he's going to talk to us about things that are somewhat related to code, but not.
There you go.
Go for it, Michael.
A little bit different. Hi, everyone. Nice to see you today. So as Brian said, I'm Michael Windsor. I co-founded a project called Alpha Omega. I gave a talk at FreeBSD Cannes earlier this year. Was anybody from here there? Good. Too many of you. So now you know a lot of my stuff, but for those of you who weren't there, Alpha Omega is a project that I founded with a colleague of mine at Microsoft. I was at Google at the time with the goal of funding, we'll just jump over to the interesting parts, catalyzing security improvements across open source and open source ecosystems, of which FreeBSD is definitely one. And we've been quite busy since 2022. The Alpha Omega came from an original model of sort of how to think about the problem, fat head, long tail. It's really come to mean solutions that can work through points of leverage, or solutions that will sort of just naturally scale through just to compute. Spoiler, the scale part is really hard. There are just all these pesky humans in the way who actually are maintaining things, and throwing automated solutions at all of those code and giving them things doesn't really work. So we're still working on it. In fact, looking at it from a point of view, how do we scale through the humans? How do we help the humans scale the work that they're doing so that the graph of humans is not overwhelmed? But the leverage stuff has been working out very well. And in fact, we've raised a lot of money. We continue to raise money. We're now joined by AWS, Google, Microsoft, and Citi. And this is just a subset of the sort of projects we've worked with to donate money. And I hold talks on how this whole stuff works. It really comes down to a few basic things. If you make it someone's job to worry about security in a particular ecosystem, and that person is well integrated in that ecosystem, good things happen. If you don't, if it's nobody's job it is, or it's a little bit disparate across everybody else, the tragedy of the commons plays out very quickly. And security in particular becomes something that everybody worries about, nobody's very good at, it doesn't really get done the same way. From points of leverage, package repositories are the app stores of software development. And they are choke points for policy, they are vectors for attack, cyber attacks, just straight on the infrastructure, but also name squatting, AI slop, all kinds of other things. The fun little tidbit, the AIs have now started hallucinating package names across ecosystems. So when you ask it for guidance on a package to do something here, it'll give you a package name that doesn't exist in your ecosystem. Well, those 404s that are hitting up the package repositories are now nuclear waste, because they are essentially the next name squatting attack in the making. And so the overload of infrastructure work on the space is going up, and we're trying to fund improvements there. It really is actually the beginning of every organization's journey towards security starts with an audit. And I can't tell you how many times we've had someone come up to us with a proposal saying, we've got this great thing, please give us $2 million, we're going to go build a thing, we're going to hire people to do so. And I'm like, when was the last time you did an audit? And we don't need an audit, we need to build this thing. I'm like, go on. And so we love starting with audits. We actually started with the FreeBSD by doing audits. And it helps us understand how an organization and its community are ready to go off and tackle their journey of security, and how to build confidence and trust that we can give them more money to go off and do things. We're not very hands-on. It's more holding hands than hands-on. We like to work with organizations that can then take on the onus of whatever goals they have, and all the execution and all the hiring and firing and program management around it that needs to happen. And then lastly, look, this space is terrifyingly new, given how
big a problem it is. I like to joke it's sort of like the Y2K problem for those of us old enough to remember, but without the same clarity of problem, solution, or date. Well, part of today's talk is about how changing a little bit, but just a quick look, in 2024 we funded audits of Beehive and Capscum, and earlier this year, Deb and I gave a talk at the Open Source Summit just about the lessons learned within the FreeBSD community, including, holy crap, we just did an audit. It turns out that was a lot of work to deal with of all the things that happened. How do we do that in the future, and how do we make sure that we're not, or how long do we hang on to those 0 days? And the response to audits is a coordination and a program management and an engineering, and it's time and energy everywhere problem. In 2025, one of the things that we funded is what we call beach cleaning. And I'm going to go around with sort of a little history story here. If you recall the XZUtils problem, right? There was a single maintainer, allowed somebody else to come into a maintainer. Why? Because they were overloaded and looking for help. And this person came in and created an interesting situation of being able to inject malware in. And honestly, they did it pretty incompetently. And if they were a little bit more competent, we'd be having a whole different set of conversations today. But that made me think about how we are thinking about our problems of scale and how we think about our problems of risk. And what occurred to me and what became very clear was open source projects are actually just as bad as the corporations that many of you represent that we love to complain about that just take open source as free, thank you, got it, everything's great. Right? We tend to take those external packages, npm install foo. How much review do we do on foo? How much do we care about foo? Foo's code is perfect. It's solving my problem here, therefore it's perfect, right? And one of the extra forces in the universe that Einstein didn't figure out was that of a software engineer at an insurance company trying to get Tab A into a Stack Overflow article telling them npm install foo, and the top answer saying, don't do this, it's a malware. If it makes Tab A go into slot B, they're doing it. And so those forces didn't align well, right? They created situations that create problems. And what I realized was that we need to start looking, not auditing all the code, that's definitely a thing, but we need to look at the health of the projects we're using to handle vulnerabilities. Not do they have vulnerabilities, not everybody has vulns, right? And we had tried some scale efforts where we were trying to find all the vulnerabilities in the top 3,000 packages in Python, and then find all the ones in the transitive closure across those 3,000 packages, which was surprisingly not 30,000. And we did that work, and did some things and came back, and it was like going out to the Pacific garbage patch with a boat, somewhere between rowboat and aircraft carrier, and coming back with a pile of garbage. Sounded good, we spent some money on this pile of garbage, but the Pacific garbage patch is still out there, it's huge, and nobody could do anything different in their day-to-day jobs because of what we'd done. And so the beach cleaning said, let's go focus on one project and its dependency graph, and make sure that its graph of things it depends upon are healthy and good shape in all the ways that we care about. So we started with Airflow, and it was incredibly impactful. It changed how the Airflow engineering community focused its efforts, how vendors who turn Airflow into money through cloud products or various things like that prioritized their investment. And we developed a framework called the 3 Fs. We either fix, fork, or forget about it. And, you have to make choices about what you're using. So FreeBSD has an interesting set of dependencies inside its code, not organized through package management, but just sitting there as vendor libraries in the code, some of which is updated more frequently than others, some which may not be clear as to who owns it or maintains it. And so an audit of that process and how how FreeBSD looks at its dependency graph in that sense is going to be really interesting. And that work is ongoing, I believe. Blame Ed if it doesn't work. So why is this stuff so hard? And we'll start with the decades of tech debt. We'll get into some of the institutional things, which I want to talk about with you as representatives from vendors, may or may not be allocating the resources you'd like them to do the job well. There's a little bit of prisoner's dilemma, right? Why do various entities, including commercial ones, not go and help financially or resource-wise to a project their competitors aren't? Why would I do it? Why would I pay for them to get those features, right? And most organizations find some balance, not all, but it makes the sort of the net new cost, and that's another thing, right? We've been achieving a sort of balance, an equilibrium of investment that match to businesses' outcomes, project success in various ways, and now there's this new looming problem that we don't have an equilibrium for. We don't have the right allocation of resources. It's a new thing, and it takes time for organizations to care. There's also a great article I would recommend by Phil Venables called The Asymmetry of InfoSec Investment. And it's the classic thing, right? You spend money on security because you know you have a problem. You spend that money, okay, we got fewer problems showing up. A few years later, Bright Spark MBA says, why are we spending all this money on security, right? We've all had that conversation and wanted to hurt someone. And this is more true in sort of complex webs of packages and dependencies, is that you don't control the whole graph. And so let's say, did I do something wrong? Am I being voted off the island? It is, yeah. I'll just turn my screen around. We'll go old school. Awesome. Can I have the screen back if I ask really nicely? It says no signal? All right, well, it worked. Well, fortunately, I'm going to keep talking about the same slide anyway. So let's say that you are at the top of this graph of things, or downstream from a whole bunch of things. Metaphors are hard here. And there's a vulnerability showing up in some package 3 levels deep. And unfortunately, the package that is bringing it into your world, let's call it 2 levels deep, can't pick up the update, or hasn't picked up the update. What do? Do you maintain a downstream fork of everything in your graph so that you can update the versions? Well, that's a lot of work. Now you're doing a lot of the maintenance for all these things, right? Especially since their build processes are opaque and weird and painful, right? In FreeBSD, the monorepo helps a lot there, but it also creates a situation where the update is not as Dependabot automatic as you might like it to be. We did some research. People using Dependabot tend to live pretty close to head with their dependencies right up until the time when an update from one of the dependencies breaks the build and it's not fixed trivially. If they can fix it trivially, then great, but if not, more likely, they'll just freeze, pin at the old version, and move on and not pick up any fixes. So imagine that spread through a deep web dependencies, you get a logjam. It's really hard to move things forward. So it's a bit of a tragedy of the commons. But I just wanted a disclaimer, having talked about supply chain security, I'm not going to show the inevitable XKCD that everybody else has to do so. So how does this all happen from a corporation's point of view, right? So if you're doing a startup, any stage startup you want, right? This is what your priorities, your strategy looks like. We're going to grow usage, we're going to grow revenue, we'll do some enterprise and privacy features, and now we're going to do security? Sure, maybe not, right? That is literally every startup I've ever been in. Why? Because security won't help your business survive. Literally, even if it is a security-oriented software business. The things that help your business grow and survive are growth, then revenue, and then some enterprise features allow you to sort of expand more growth into more markets, right? But let's say you are megatech corporation. What do your priorities look like? Grow revenue, expand to new markets, reduce costs, improve customer satisfaction, and security comes when it is necessary to protect whatever local monopoly or market you've achieved, and no more. It's very hard to prioritize security work in large organizations. So as a whole, the industry has progressed largely crisis by crisis. So when Log4Shell happens or exeutil happens, everyone goes, oh my God, the end of the world, we must do something. And a whole bunch of investment, money flows. Honestly, Alpha Omega was funded, its initial seed money was funded in response to a crisis. And by luck and timing, you were able to make it be effective enough. And also, guess what? The industry keeps delivering crisis after crisis about every 18 months in some dimension or another, right? But it's hard for organizations to manage it well that way. So what's going to change this? Right? How's it going to change? Well, the EU has entered the chat. Right? There's some legislation that is approved and done in the EU, is now going through the rules-making process called the CRA, the Cyber Security Resilience Act. And as the EU has learned, right, if you don't have really good enforcement on this legislation, large corporations have a long-standing habit of their outcomes. right? So the CRA has a lot in it. How many people here are familiar with? Oh, this is perfect. So please tell me what you know about it, because I don't know shit. But in a nutshell, and there's a lot of details here, right? They want people to start building software that is secure by default, right? Sounds reasonable. There's lots of things in terms of what they mean by that, but shipping a thermostat that has all of its ports open and allows it to be widely attacked by the outside by any idiot, so it can become part of a bot attacking France's nuclear reactors, is not secure by default. They also want manufacturers, and this is a manufacturer, as pretty much anything you can imagine that has software in it, right? And they want them to be held accountable full life cycle. No, we've abandoned this product now. No matter, let's say you have a thermostat being used in 1 million homes, but you've got version 2, it's much better. Do I have to keep maintaining version 1? Yes, you do. And if you don't, bad things happen. And of course, you could say, well, we'll just pretend we don't know about these things and we'll lie. And so the transparency and reporting piece comes in. You have to be an active participant in the process, including reporting on the vulnerabilities that you've discovered or have been reported to you, so that the various agencies are not surprised by something happening. So this stick. It's the classic global revenues game that the EU has played in the past. If you want to do business in the EU, if you are doing business in the EU, and all of you are building software, you are subject to these rules. And it kicks in 2027. So if you're not already preparing for this now, if there's one takeaway to take away, let's go back to your teams and say, who in my organization is dealing with the CRA situation? This wacko Michael told me to scared shitless about it. What am I supposed to do, right? And the answer is going to be, you're going to have to do a bunch of stuff. The most obvious one that most organizations suck at is vulnerability management, just keeping up with your vulns, right? I talk about this stuff all the time. There's lots of esoteric errors and reproducible builds and SALSA threat models and attestations. At the end of the day, if most organizations would just keep up with their vulnerabilities, reporting them, and reduce the latency of getting patches out the door, we'd be a lot better off. And I guess the third bucket here is don't lie to us about your shit, otherwise we're going to fine you as well. Oh yeah, I tried to compress this to a slide to make it legible. The up to amount million is sort of how much the sort of straight fine if your global revenues are not much. The 2.5% is the greater of these two things. So if you have a lot of money, it can be up to 2.5 of your global revenues, right? So there's no sort of, the 15 million isn't the max, that's the low end of the you're not so big that you get to the percentages game. Open source fit into this? Well, let me tell you, it's been a journey. When the first draft of this legislation came out, it literally did not have the words open source in it anywhere at all. Not one single word. So they got some feedback. They took it really well. And they have identified a concept of a steward of open source that is super well defined. Including notions like non-commercial, right? So if you're building software in an open source context and you're not doing it for commercial reasons, then you are not a manufacturer of software. Anybody got a loophole they want to drive around this one? I can see 20 of them, right? We've already had a case where an open source maintainer who builds a project in open source, but also gets consulting revenue on the side for helping people work with it or integrate it or extend it or whatever like that, felt that they were going to be in a legal gray zone that they could not afford to deal with, and were ready to shut the project down. This actually came up from that Airflow beach cleaning effort, and the result was that the Airflow community worked with them to move that source code into a foundation context so the individual could work on it in an open source context and then do the consulting work on the side. We'll see how that plays out. But the notion of stewards has emerged as essentially as an organization that can provide certain guarantees around, have some responsibilities, but will also be not subject to these ridiculously large fines. So what are those responsibilities? Well, you need to have a plan. You need to think about the source code that you are a steward of and have a cybersecurity plan. That's their terminology. This is what some AI spat for me. At the end of the day, it comes down to what are we doing, right? Publishing what we're doing to the various, there's a thing called a market authority, I think in the term is the CRA or the EU thing. Essentially, these are the auditors and regulators that come into it. And you certainly need to have vuln management and vuln response processes for your projects. So just the usual, disclaimers. I am not a lawyer. I did stay in a Holiday Inn Express last night. Your mileage may vary, all the et cetera things. If you want to have an understanding about this in your organization, showing them my slides should only be used for fear-mongering, not actual decision-making. But you should be having a conversation within your organizations about what you're doing and how it relates to FreeBSD, which is really the point of this talk today. So what is in fact next? Well, I can tell you straight up, because I am involved in far too many places, that it will not be easy or free for an organization like FreeBSD Foundation or the community that is the FreeBSD community, which might be less structured in some sort of nonprofit or whatever organizational structures are around here, it's not going to be easy and it's not going to be free. There's work to do. I can also tell you that as a commercial organization, complying with the CRA will not be easy or free either. Right? There are things to have to do. So you have choices. You could stop doing business in Europe. That will not play out for most of you. The questions I have for you and the conversation I want to start today, because I'm not bringing easy answers, I'm bringing hard problems. How will this community, FreeBSD, organize itself around this problem? Right? How will the vendors avoid the prisoner's dilemma of thinking, we'll do our own thing for our own stuff, because we're kind of a weird downstream fork, we'll let them sort it out, not our problem, whatever, right? How will the vendors collaborate with the rest of the community, with the foundation that can act as a steward, right? Has engineers whose title implies security responsibilities for the whole over code base, right? And then how can we at Alpha Omega help? Right? We're certainly not here to help the corporations make more money. That's not our job. That's your job. You've been pretty good at it. But we are here to help open source ecosystems establish themselves well and to become self-sustaining in a security context. So I probably blitzed past my timing here. It was pretty good. That's really what I wanted to start the conversation on, and I deliberately have time for discussion and questions. I also have this whole deck as a QR code or link that you can just copy if you want. But yeah, now's the point. All the passive-aggressive questions you can come up with. You, sir.
At the end, you kind of said it, but just I want to reiterate. I assume that this applies to...
Hang on, David. Wait for the mic.
I was going to repeat the question, but this is better. You come in business, but I was waiting to find out about, let me just state, I assume this is doing any form of business in Europe versus having the incorporation or any business company presence in Europe, i.e. channel sales.
Again, I am not a lawyer.
Well, for what you understand.
Yeah, but I think that if you have channel sales in that country, at its simplest, one might imagine the channel vendor would be labeled as the manufacturer. Like at the end of the day, if you're selling things with software, they don't care whether it came down on the back of a unicorn or you waved your hands or you bought it from some guy on a truck who happens to be in San Jose into this market. So your channel vendor is either going to say, this is your problem, or they're going to problem. Because
and if you're doing direct sales to
you're
Europe.
Definitely on the hook.
Okay. 2, does whatever that law was specify that you also have to do SBOMs, which would list the open source and the versions that makes it very easy to see if you are incorporating an old vulnerable version.
Right.
Back
so,
to the transparency,
yeah,
companies
so
trying to hide.
There's got to be a loophole, right?
I can
Yeah.
I can somewhat answer that. So the CRA is a law. It has its implementation is going to be defined by ETSI, that's
exactly.
ETSI, the European Telecommunications Standards Institute. They're doing standards processing right now. They're on an insane deadline.
Yep.
But they're producing 15 standards, I think, including things like operating systems, IoT devices, routers, et cetera, et cetera.
You'll be glad to know that they included 0 open source organizations in the standards making process.
That is not true.
The ORC has been consulted, but they're not allowed to be part of the organization. Because they're not a
You
corporation.
can be a member and make contributions as an open source person.
Oh, as an individual, you're a member of
as an
the thing,
individual.
not representing a corporation?
Well,
I am a member representing a corporation, but open source people can be brought in and contribute. There's a contributor from Debian on the operating system standard. So it is absolutely, without question, too late well, you could join right now, and if you get on it, you'll be able to influence the standard, but the standard in the next couple months.
I would simplify this as whether you can influence it or not, you need to engage now so that you can understand the truck that's coming down the road towards you.
And I will say, so in the operating system standard, the rapporteur who is running that program has said, this isn't written down anywhere because it doesn't need to be written down, but there is no way that shipping a product that requires updates, which time at all, will be possible if you don't have an SBOM.
Right.
You will simply not be able to comply with the law.
Sorry to follow up. For those that don't know, an SBOM is a software bill of materials, at least for U.S. vendors, or for any vendor selling to the U.S. government.
Right, FedRAMP.
Right, there was a executive order under Biden 2 years ago?
14028.
Yeah, that says you must buy SBOMs. So is Europe also following, are they mandating SBOMs as well in this thing?
I guess I would say de facto. I don't think, well, none of the ones I've looked at. I've only looked at the OS standard, which is before it's final. I don't think they've written down you must have an SBOM, but the requirements are impossible to meet otherwise.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think that if you think about like how the SSDF describes, this is the NIST standard that the executive order referenced a lot, and FedRAMP has been on a steady diet of clauses from SSDF. SSDF outcomes, sort of, recommended approaches, specific examples. The outcomes are what matter. When the auditor comes to knocking on your door, if you have found a way to make sure that the code you're shipping has no known vulnerabilities in it and is patched regularly when vulnerabilities are discovered and so forth, right? Whether you do it through SBOMs or through telekinesis, you're fine. As the gentleman pointed out, you're not going to be able to do it without SBOMs. No chance in hell. Other questions? In the back there, And while we're waiting for that, I don't know how this community organizes itself into working groups and the like, but you need to start as a community meeting about this and sharing things across the community about how you're doing it, because it is going to be a community problem unless you turn it into a tragedy of the commons. Yes?
Hey, sorry I missed your presentation this time. Question probably not related to and discussed right now, but I heard your presentation at the BSDCon this year, and I got interested. We had a brief chat with you back there. So I went to the site and filled the forms. Like 3 months passed, nothing. No email, no even acknowledgement.
I don't know which one you filled in, so let's chat offline. Our team, you're looking at, like, I work on this project 20% of the time, the rest of the time I'm not working. And you're looking at the entire operational process team with some program management help. So if I drop the ball here, it's not even surprising. I'll loop back. The squeaky wheel does get some attention.
I'll keep squeaking. Thank you.
I was just going to comment that the CRA sounds like the UK's TSA, which they promulgated some years ago, and which impacts the telecom industry and therefore us. All the same requirements, and the goal there is that the big telcos in the UK and hence Europe are forced to beat up on their vendors because otherwise they get beat up on.
I think that sort of goes back to the reason I showed those strategy slides, the made-up strategy slides, right, is because the natural order of business does not incentivize prioritizing security the same way that regulation has to. And so when you're in a competitive space, growth wins over security, unfortunately, and consumers are usually the ones who pay the consequences. Regulations come in and say, we're going to level playing field up here, and then it becomes no longer like we can't do this or we don't do this, we just get it done.
So I did upstream to FreeBSD a Mac module a couple of years ago that we are hopefully going to use to address some of this requirement, i.e. to make it painless as non-root.
I love it.
So least privilege. It could probably use some more configurability. Right now, the what's the word? The model is hard-coded. It needs to be configurable so that it's more generally useful. So I'd be interested if anybody's interested in collaborating on that. But the framework is there, and we are hopefully going to bring that out real soon now.
It's a great topic because when we talk about the scale and leverage point, right? If your path to security and fixing all the problems that you definitely have involves changing the behavior of every single developer working on the project so they become security experts, you're going to have a long time. And so things that can create points of leverage that we'd say, well, we can now involve these services into this lower privilege environment, right, has dramatic impact also on the not the SBOM, but the essentially vulnerability assessment, right? Because when everything's running as root, then every vulnerability is essentially full power, full everything. We have a project that we're funding right now with Alpha Omega to do automated analysis to produce VEX statements. So if you think about SBOMs as bill of materials, a VEX statement is an analysis relative to an SBOM and a vulnerability saying whether or not it is an actual problem in your code. And it allows downstream folks to be perhaps not as overwhelmed by changes and so forth, but it's expensive to produce those. So, any other questions? Well, with that, thank you very much. I appreciate the time. Look forward to seeing the conversations go on from here. I don't know who's next, but welcome up.
I think we have a break next. Thank you very much, Michael.
My pleasure.
So yes, we do have we're about 20 minutes early, but we actually have a break for lunch. So we'll be taking off. I think we have an extended break. We'll be back at 1:30 p.m. local time for our next talk. So now we get to have lunch. I believe lunch is over here, but I'll confirm with that. It is not quite ready, yes, because we asked for it. So we get to chat amongst ourselves for about 20 minutes. So have fun. Hey folks, we're about to get started again. If you want to find our way to our seats. We're getting ready. We're going to start off a little behind. Check one, check one.
Hello.
So Ed and I are going to talk about FreeBSD 15, and we're going to do it on a box running FreeBSD 15. So this will be fun. It's outstanding. I don't know when the last time Ed built a source on this box. Got to go back one.
There we go.
All right. So we're going to start with a couple of slides, just kind of talking about things that are new in FreeBSD 15 and Ed, and we're going to all hope that his laptop doesn't crash in a ball of flame while he's trying to demo things. I'm not loud enough. Or I just got to enunciate more. How about that? Is that any better?
And this is
compensating for me being so quiet?
This is running current from, I think, a week and a half ago.
Not 15?
Oh, not 15.
Oh, okay, so we're kind of demoing 15, mostly. All right, well, let's talk about things that are coming in 15. So one of the very big changes that we're pushing in 15 is something called package base. So for many years now, our story for how we maintain binary packages for third-party ports has evolved. And for the last several years, we've had a large group of folks working on a tool called Package, and it's quite mature at this point. It's able to manage our port system packages very well. And we want to start using it for our base system to give us a more unified experience for how we manage binary updates for the whole system, not just things in ports. And that's a big chunk of work, and we've had people who've been working on this off and on for several years and doing several features, both in the package tool itself and also in the base system, how we build the base system. We're trying to make a big push to make this work for 15. There's still quite a few bumps, so the way we're going to do this is in 15, we are going to support this. It's our first release where we're going to support using package to manage binary updates on your system. But it's going to be a bit of a technology preview in 15.0 because there's still many things to improve. So we will support both using package as well as kind of older legacy system of using distribution tarballs and FreeBSD update to update your base system. And our hope is that during the lifetime of 15, over the next 2 years or so, we'll be able to mature this further so that we'll, even in 15.x, at some point we hope to switch the default to using package for binary updates. And for 16.0, we certainly intend that that will ship with only package out of the box by default. But this will give everyone time to test it out locally, help flush out bugs during the lifetime of 15.x, and have us in good shape for 16.0. And also start using it in earnest, at least in your testing, even with 15.0. Some other changes that we have, so Beehive continues to gain new features and things. Prior to this, Beehive was primarily something that was written originally for x86 and 64-bit x86. But some changes that landed the last couple of years are refactoring Beehive first to support ARM64, which kind of did the first layer of reorganizing bits of the kernel code and bits of the user space code to separate out which things are truly x86 specific and which things are not, such as PCI. And once that was done in place, that made a better platform for then RISC-V support. So in 15.0, we have support for both ARM64 and RISC-V and Beehive, supporting both FreeBSD and Linux guests. And most features work, things like even using the GDB debug server I know works on ARM64. There are a few more advanced features, such as PCI pass-throughs that are only supported on x86 still, but I anticipate that ours will have pretty good parity across all our architectures for Beehive going forward. Another feature we had land in this cycle for Beehive is the ability to use libslurp from ports to do user space networking, which is the same model that QEMU uses, so you don't need to have root privileges to be able to manage your networking. This is part of a process to getting to the point of being able to run Beehive instances without root at all, which is an ongoing project, and this gets us one step closer to that plan. So I'm switching gears to another topic. We've had several changes in the networking part of the system. One feature that landed in this release that was done by NVIDIA Mellanox is the ability to offload IPsec. So if you've been around some of our talks over the last 2 years, we've talked a bit about kernel TLS offload, where we do the bulk crypto, either in software inside the kernel, or in some cases, if it's a smart NIC that can do TLS in the NIC, we actually hand the raw data to the NIC, and the NIC encrypts it out on the way onto the wire. This is a similar acceleration for smart NICs, but it's instead of dealing with IPsec. So it allows the NIC to deal with encrypting and decrypting IPsec inside the NIC itself instead of doing it on the host CPU. And this is currently supported by NVIDIA Mellanox ConnectX 6 cards in 15.0. Another change we had in the networking stack is a lot of bits around the Unix domain socket system were refactored and improved. It was kind of special case in many cases to be separate and not kind of reusing some of the same socket layer code that, for example, TCP uses, but to have more dedicated and optimized routines. And the result of that has been improved performance, both with lower latency and better throughput on Unix domain sockets. So moving off of the network and onto other things, over in the file systems area, we've had a couple of different changes. One thing I know that I've talked about because I worked on it a fair bit is we now support NVMe over fabrics using the TCP transport in 15. Both the controller which is kind of the client side, or the target side rather, and the host side. So you can attach to remote namespaces and they show up like a local disk. And you can also export arbitrary block devices or files or memory disks as a remote namespace to remote hosts. Another change that's kind of a little more user-facing, and something that actually folks in our ports side of the project have been asking for many years, is we've added an implementation of the iNotify system call for kind of monitoring parts of your file system to learn about events and changes happening in your file system as an event stream. We've had the ability to do some of this through Kevent before with vnode filters, but iNotify makes some different trade-offs, and for many use cases, it can be both more efficient, but also more reliable. There's some race conditions around discovering new files that are kind of inherently unavoidable inside Kevent that iNotify fully solves. And also, iNotify is just used in some very commonly software such as desktop stacks, things like KDE and so forth. So it really improves some of the user experience and kind of simplifies some of the porting efforts for that type of code. Some things that are not quite neutral to architectures, but instead architecture specific. We had a new framework to support something called CPU tracing. This is not quite the same thing as performance counters that count events, but instead CPU tracing is a way to get a journal or a log of different things happening on a CPU while it's executing a stream of instructions. So for example, you can trace like a sequence of what branches are taking and maybe some metadata about the branches that are taken. So we have the framework that's added for this, as well as the kind of architecture-specific backend for several different instantiations of this on hardware, including CoreSight on ARM, and then I believe the successor to that, SPE on ARM, as well as the processor trace extension on Intel processors. Another change that landed in 15 is support for AMD's version of IOMMU. This is useful for, in Beehive, we already kind of have an internal driver for this that you might use for PCI pass-through, but there's another use case that's kind of more common now for IOMMUs, besides just protecting DMA. On modern x86 systems, the original APIC ID is limited to 8 bits, which it turns out is not very big in our modern world of having lots of core machines. And several years ago, Intel and AMD together redefined how we talk about APIC IDs and how they are larger. But in our interrupt controllers, we were still restricted to only having 8-bit IDs. And so an IOMMU allows, one of the things it can do is to have a remapping table to translate the interrupt description trees inside of IO APICs or inside of MSI messages and translate them from small 8-bit APIC IDs to the larger APIC IDs to handle large core count systems. And we've had support for this for a while for the Intel's version of an IOMMU, something called the DMA remapping table. And in 15.0, we've added the AMD version of that as well, which makes the support for large core count AMD machines more seamless out of the box. Along with things we've done inside the tree, we've also been actively updating various things that we import from the outside world, so trying to stay up to date with our third-party vendor code. And this includes a wide variety of things, but I'm going to highlight a couple here. So a fairly recent version of also changed the version of OpenSSL that we are shipping in this release. 14.0 shipped with OpenSSL 3.0, but 3.0 is going out of support during 15.x's timeframe. So we have moved to OpenSSL's most recent long-term support release 3.5, and that's what we'll ship in 15.0. 3.5, well, I did the major version. I didn't do the minor version. Colin is correcting me that my detail is not quite there. We're following the 3.5 branch and whatever the most recent release of that is. For OpenSSH, similarly, we are running, I believe, almost the most recent version, but we are keeping up to date. And with OpenZFS, we are running, it's currently a release candidate of their newest version, and we will track this major branch inside of Stable 15 as well. So we are keeping up to date with OpenZFS and many of our big third-party software. Another change we made that is not just keeping up to date with kind of an existing version, but switching streams, is for a long time we've had a version of Kerberos in a tree that came from a project called Heimdall, and we've not been but so diligent about maintaining that version. We've been we were kind of several versions behind what their latest release is. And in 15.0, we've switched Kerberos implementations, and we're now shipping the Kerberos implementation from MIT as our default Kerberos, and it is now their current supported version as well. That's it for that slide. Another change we made that's related to our third-party software is in earlier releases, as we've slowly been migrating our toolchain, which has been a project for many years now. Originally, many years ago, we used a GNU toolchain because that's what existed. And with the advent of LVM, we've been able to migrate to a BSD licensed toolchain in our base system. And one of the places, while we had done this for big things like your compiler and your linker, there's also several other bits that come along with a toolchain. Several utilities that do various things, in particular allowing you to inspect and examine ELF files or perform other tasks that are perhaps more arcane or more unusual. Many of these tools are listed on the slide. As over time, we've retired using the GNU versions of them, but we were using different various vendor versions of them. We had ELF Toolchain, which was a project to re-implement several of these tools that existed, in particular when LVM didn't have implementation of many of these tools. And so we've been using ELF Toolchain versions of many of these tools for several years. But in the meantime, LVM has gained more compatibility with the command line interface of the GNU tools, and has also fleshed out their collection of these tools. And in FreeBSD 15, we are now switched to use LVM's version of all these tools by default. Besides reducing our dependence on yet another upstream and kind of consolidating where we're getting our toolchain bits from, one advantage of using LVM's bits for this is that in order to use link time optimization at LVM, you need to use LVM's full toolchain kind of end to end, because it's only LVM's versions of these tools that understand kind of the way LVM decides to encode the information it needs to do LTO. So with this in place, now LTO can work out of the box on FreeBSD 15 systems. Yes. Here, are you going to run the mic? Yeah.
So I don't know anything about the specifics, but I have been funding a fair amount of work in LLVM to help the Linux kernel prevent a whole class of like memory bugs and problems and stuff like that. Are you guys using those more advanced features? Can I connect you to people who do?
Is this the Hacks project, or?
I don't think I could tell you the answer. Case Cook is leading the effort from Google, but like, there's, yeah. I think so. I just want to make sure that the dots are connected here, because there's just a relentless push to have new capabilities in LLVM to make a whole class of nasty problems less likely or harder to happen. There's a bunch of work in the kernel, Linux kernel, to make the code actually compile properly with those settings on a module by module basis. But since you're making that move, it would be really wonderful to see that effort connected. So that's all.
Sure. So when it comes to using sanitizers, we do support various of the sanitizers to differing degrees of maturity on different architectures. So certainly on x86, 64-bit x86, and 64-bit ARM, we support several sanitizers, and we have existing kernel configs that you can build with them, in particular for address sanitizer. I think also msan and the concurrency sanitizer, although I think recently I saw a comment from Mark that the concurrency sanitizer is a bit wishy-washy, or a bit buggy in its implementation, and so not the most, it has some bugs in the things it can detect or not detect.
On this, sorry, I cannot see you.
Sure.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Hey, John.
I got you, Mac.
Interesting presentation. On this end, I'm not really opposing it, more like Advocata Diablo kind of thing. This will open the whole can of worm for third-party people building stuff on FreeBSD if you do this, because usually if it's LLVM obj dump, it's supposed to be like third-party packages expect it to be GNU obj dump, for example. The same for unlib. It's already pretty bad with FreeBSD because we use different hyphen. Linux uses not without hyphen or something. So it's already pretty bad if you want to support both FreeBSD and Linux building. But with this one, it will make it a whole lot harder for people, because then you need to find out if it's GNU kind of tool or LVM kind of tool, and right now it's just by name.
Well,
Yeah.
so you're still able to install GNU binutils from ports if you wish to use the GNU binutils, which quite frankly, sometimes I do because I find things in LLVM's readout that aren't quite there yet compared to GNU readout. In particular, dumping things like dwarf, I find the GNU tool still more readable. But LLVM is getting increasingly better. It did not work as well for me several years ago. LLVM now does. No, we can't do that because the build system needs to name the tools by name.
I'm sorry, this is total nonsense.
Brooks is in the chat.
We have not had GNU tools under these names for over a decade. Like, the LLVM ones are moving, and they care about compatibility with GNU ones much more than the ELF toolchain stuff, which is just dead. I mean, it's hosted on SourceForge and Subversion. Like, seriously.
The ELF toolchain originally and the LLVM tools now aim for GNU compatibility. We did an X run, a ports X run, prior to switching the default, and there was not a lot of fallout. I think that broadly speaking, the total number of issues is kind of equivalent from ELF toolchain versus GNU and LLVM versus GNU. And I'll give David one quick comment. But
yeah, this is going to be the last one because we still have things to cover.
I can come back after.
Okay, we can do questions at the end.
We'll put a pin in that one.
I want to give Ed's laptop a chance to catch fire, and if we ask too many questions now, we're not going to get to that. So let's see, what's the next one? Oh, it came up. Okay. So one nifty feature, by the way, that was a recent addition in the last few months, is traditionally in Unix systems, when something went wrong in a system call and you got back an error, the only thing you got was an integer, your error no. And, half the time you got back E and val for 47 different conditions and you had no idea what that means. Good luck. You can start to use dtrace or something to try to figure out which place you got E and val from, but there's really, not much hope without adding some explicit tracing or doing something unpleasant. So we've added a new thing, or really Constantine has added a new thing to the kernel to support extended error status. An extended error status is effectively we can save some state with the current thread to log additional details anytime we're going to return an error. And we save whatever the most recent kind of logged additional information is. And there's a special system call that you can call or you can query. It's either that or it's a shared memory location. I can't remember which. But effectively, after every system call, you can get this detailed information to print out, to contain more information about your error and what went wrong. Inside the kernel, we have a new macro, xerr, that you can insert anytime you want to return an error no value, and you put the error no value as the first argument, and this nice little string that gives more details about what the error was as your other argument. And along with that, it also logs some other details, such as which line number the error actually happened on inside the source file. Then we have a couple of places in the space system that already know about this for you. So if you use the error API, like the functions like error or warn or x or so forth, they already know about this special feature. And if you call them in that situation where a system call logged one of these additional error messages, it will dump it to the console for you. You don't have to change anything in your application code. It just magically happens. And we also have a new trace point in ktrace and kdump that you can use to access this information when you're debugging. So here we have an example. I pulled this from one of the QIA tests that tests an invalid thing of mmap, where it's trying to test that you passed an incorrect set of permissions, some invalid permission. It's not one of prop read or prop write to mmap. And if you call error in that case to report the error, traditionally you would have just gotten an invalid argument, but now you get these extra bits in parentheses where it tells you there's an extended error, and you get the string that came from inside the kernel of those unknown prop bits that you passed in. So it gives you a little more detail about which argument to mmap was invalid, as opposed to one of the 8 arguments was invalid. And then if you were to run this under ktrace and you use kdump, in this case there's a few more details. You can see which source line it was on. And one of the features actually of the in-kernel macro is that you can pass 2 optional arguments that can be pointers or integers, and those show up as the P1 and P2 arguments in the ktrace output. So this can be a useful way that you can annotate errors inside the system to provide more debugging information about what's going on in a system call, while not breaking the normal default C API for system calls in Unix systems, or POSIX systems at least. So I think that's the last thing we have. Now we're going to have the fun part and let Ed set his laptop on fire.
Now we'll see what explodes.
Actually, I just need Warner, you just to be physically clone filled, but the Warner field. No, that's okay. Please keep your shoes on. We'll all, the people sitting around you will appreciate that.
You're not wrong.
So do you want to narrate, Ed?
Yeah, I will narrate and do this. Let me just see if I can get this to go away. No. All right, well, the sidebar will stay.
So first, what is this SIL thing? This doesn't say FreeBSD on it. So you want to explain this a bit more?
So I'm going to use the demo. This is a project that we received in the foundation received as a project proposal that's been underway for a while now. And this is a Beehive and web-based manager for VMs as well as jails. So this is a in-progress snapshot. I'm not sure exactly which version is running here. There's no release of this yet, but it's this is running from a snapshot from GitHub from not too long ago. And so we will. Let me just get my notes over here.
So this is like the status of the host machine. Is that correct? Like your laptop?
So this is run on a rented host at Hester. And it's like a 8-core machine, I believe. And so it has a lot of sort of nice affordances built in this utilities menu here. It's got a little tool that will download ISO images and store them locally for creating new VM. I fetched 14.3 last night. And so what we're going to do is here, we'll create a new volume for our demo. We'll make it 20 gigs. And everything else, I guess, is good. And now we create a VM. And we'll leave that as the default. Put it on the Summit demo. Oh, that's not the one I created. Demo Summit, there we go. And we'll use virt.io. We'll use virt.io for the network as well. And make it 2 cores. So now we have our new VM here. We start it. Oh, it's not working. Oh, I didn't.
Did you not point it at ISO?
I didn't point it at the.
This is why we do live demos, because
Yeah.
it's more fun.
I ran through this demo several times, and when I wasn't doing it live, I remembered all the steps.
That's okay. We'll see how few steps it takes to add an IS image to the boot. And think about how many characters in the command line we'd have to type instead. So, you asked about adding ISO to a running VM. I do know, who was I talking to? Boyan was talking to me a few weeks ago about injecting hot plug events for devices, which would allow you, among other things, to inject storage. In particular, that's probably more useful to inject NVMe storage. But that is something that he is actively working on. I think in theory we have a control socket to Beehive now that Beehive Cuddle can use to send messages. And more or less it's an issue of adding new message types and forward them across. One of the things that Baldwin is running into that makes it a little more challenging is with Beehive being capsicumized, you have to do a bit more work over on your utility side to actually open file descriptors and so forth, that you then pass across the Unix domain socket to the Beehive process itself, which means you use slightly different paths, for example, to initialize the device than you do. And so teasing that apart requires some work.
All right. I'm just going to create it again.
Just to make a new one?
Run through my, my steps that I actually...
You call this one Demo 4?
Sure, Demo 4.
Joke. I can make bad jokes all day. You really should do NVMe. It's going to be faster than Verna. 14.3? Yeah. Do you want to do 2 or 3?
Let's try 14.2.
Okay. What can go right? Huzzah! All the ASCII art that we love.
So I'm just going to do a hit enter a couple of times, install. My intent here is that we'll get this VM created and then switch it to package base and show what.
And upgrade using package base?
Yeah.
You haven't typed a single thing on the command line yet.
That's correct.
Ask questions about toolchains, we can do that while we wait for the install to go. Or other topics. Actually, do we have a third mic? We can, I'll run it back and forth.
Since we're dogpiling on LLVM, I thought I'd bring up an issue that happened to us in 14. And what are the thoughts for FreeBSD 15 on, in stable, allowing huge jumps in the version of the toolchain in a, quote, stable version? Currently, 14.3 is running Clang 19. If I recall correctly, we launched with Clang 14.
Or 15, something like
and
that,
4.1, yes. And you know, each new version complains about more things in code. So as a commercial user, when you think you got a stable desktop platform.
I mean, if you want to keep shipping bugs, yes, you can stay on the old compiler.
They have point bug fixes.
Point bug fixes last about 5 months. Yep. So the bigger issue is that if you want a stable tool chain in the stable tree, we need to cut the lifetime by at least 2, probably 3 years, because we cannot maintain the port system with a dead compiler. We tried it. It did not. The end of 10 was a total disaster. The end of 12 was pretty bad. We can't not move forward.
And is that true with the current LVM, and then why are you telling me then that LVM is so idle things? I mean, there was a time when Stable 14 had a newer compiler in it than like at least the 15 snapshots.
No, that's, David is asserting that if 1.14 had a higher compiler than 15, it's not true. That's not the way the merges work. Well, maybe if we weren't building the 15 snapshots for some reason. But it's always merged to 15 first before 14 in Git. All right, so where are we at on, I see console things. Any other questions about things here? I see Colin's got a question. I'll make my camera chase me around.
There was a period, I'm thinking around May through July, when 15.x snapshots were breaking pretty much every week due to a combination of issues in the ports tree and, most issues in the ports tree.
Yes.
So yes, it is quite likely that for some time the latest snapshot that's successfully built in 4 than the latest snapshot that's successfully built in 15, even though I don't think there's any time when the compiler that was in the source tree for 14 was newer than the compiler in the source tree for 15. But yes, we had issues with snapshots not building.
So I have an upgrade question. Since we're talking about 15, it sounds like there's some upgrade things. In 14, I remember there was a situation about needing to update the bootloader, and I'm one of those weirdos from the old days that used to upgrade version to version to version to version to version. But there was a bug, 279829. I just had to look it up because it was driving me nuts. And basically it was talking about having to manually update the bootloader. Basically you'd upgrade from, I think it was like 14. I see some smiles. People must know what I'm talking about.
Well, we know about the problem you're talking about. Warner's about to jump out of his chair.
Okay, so I'm just wondering.
Just ask the question, now go run over to Warner.
My question was, is the automatic bootloader update going to happen, or is that something we still have to do ourselves?
The short answer, I think, is this is not fixed. Does Warner want to comment any further about how sucky a problem it is? Will happen. All right, I'm going to take the Warner. I'm not going to say your words for you. When will happen?
I'm not going to cut on that. No, it should happen soon. And now that
Soon's
we've got
a very vague word. Soon can be.
Soon's better than maybe I'll tell you when. And, but you're right. So right now, most of the systems in the fleet have transitioned to having the ESP mounted on boot ESP. And now that we have that, we can start playing around with automation. Opt in at first, but later opt out. That will start to update those. So if you have that mounted while you do an install world or an install kernel, I'm not sure which, or maybe a new install loader, it will update it. How this meshes with package base, nobody has probably thought about that till I mentioned it right now. So we'll need to figure that out. So during the life of 15, we'll solve this problem to give us a slightly less vague answer, which is sometime in the next 2 years.
I think we'll aim to solve the problem for the simple case that you have a single ESP that you've mounted.
Right.
We may not promise to solve the problem for more complicated cases.
Yeah, for that we should have something sooner than that. Part of the problem is I don't know how much extra time I have to work on this because it's not something that business critical need for my employer. So that's why I'm hedging a little right now. Also, my boss is in the room, so it makes it harder to do stuff. But it is a problem. We do need to deal with it soon, and it's easier now than it was a couple of years ago. Started on this journey.
All right, I think I'm going to hand it back to Ed. And I'll come back to Simon.
We will come back to
done your next demo.
We'll come back to the tool chain moment. So I have now fetched the package basify script from the Foundation's GitHub account. This is a tool that has been shared of course, has been shared for converting an existing system to package base. This is all kind of a little bit experimental and unvetted at the moment, but it's a proof of concept.
Don't worry, just run this ruin your system, it's all fine.
So it's going to ask us if we want to create a boot environment before it starts. And so now it's fetching 14.2 packages for the base system. Hopefully this works. I was with 14.3, so hopefully this works. We can take questions on this as we're going. Colin also has lots of package-based experience and can comment as well.
So we're installing 370 packages. Is there a canonical document that gives guidance on the granularity of packages and, you know, is this number fairly stable? Could it decrease by quite a bit, increase by quite a bit?
I mean, the source tree is a living thing. We add and remove things from the source tree on a somewhat frequent basis. One could say hourly basis. And sometimes you add things to the source tree that result in a new package, and sometimes you remove things from the source tree to delete a package.
But I was speaking to, you know, guidance of the vision, the architecture.
Yeah, I'm not the right person to give you a detailed answer to that. I think we are still a technology preview in 15.0. I'm choosing my words carefully, that there are some things one learns by experience, and we are aiming to gain a lot of experience and learn many lessons.
But since 16 Bay Alpha 1 is presumably less than 2 years away, if 16.0
That's
is
about 2 years away. That's plenty of time to learn lessons. We're learning a lot of lessons over the last 6 months.
I was wondering if there's a, you know, something a little more concrete given it's only 2 years out. Anyway, just a question.
There's not currently anything concrete, no. There are, that doesn't mean that they will not exist in the future. I think there's some consensus around what maybe should be in such a document, but it is not yet written in stone. I mean, by default, I think if you add a new library, it becomes a new package, and yet, which means you get like 3 packages, because man pages are distinct from debug symbols, are distinct from like the runtime library, are distinct from the headers, things like that. Part of the trickiness actually is not that trivial thing. Part of the trickiness is when to group. When does grouping make sense, I think, and that is part of the harder to reason about problem, not necessarily, and one that requires a human to think about it. But, okay, we'll go for it, Brooks. I can run with the mic. What I do need to do is check my chime, check my time.
Okay. I've not been terribly involved in this, the package-based stuff, but seeing people working on it online, like on IRC and talking about it, a lot of it's, we started with one set of things in one use case, and now we have other use cases. People are trying to do jail construction or OCI image construction, and that's leading to trying to sort of feel out how we're going to put it all together. And also, we do things that made sense as a monolithic system that now we have to sort of break them apart a bit to make things just make sense. And so I think there's a lot of just feeling our way through it, trying to understand how to serve all these different use cases, and maybe someday we'll have a whole philosophy to go with it.
So where are we? Okay, so it's up. Oh, yes, you need the mic. Sorry. I thought you were trying to get me out of the way of the screen.
So we've rebooted now to 14.2, but using packages. So you can see what's here. And then if we want to do an upgrade, our intent is that FreeBSD update will act as a front end and manage package behind the scenes to perform the upgrade, although that's all sort of in progress and being experimented with right now. But for the sake of the demo, I'll just show using package directly to install.
Well, we're perhaps at the end of our time slot. So what we may do is we may allow the demo to run during the break 45. So I will let Ed keep typing away, and we can leave up the slides on the stream perhaps so we can watch the progress as it goes. But if folks wish to go ahead and take a break and run, fetch a snack, or use the facilities, go ahead and we'll we'll get to our next talk by 2:45.
I'm just going to throw my question in. When Warner mentioned ESP a second ago, I was going to ask multiple ESPs.
I think that's the hard problem that we are not aiming to solve out of the box.
Okay, because I was just going to comment that on one of our EFI-based platforms, what we do during upgrade is we will automatically update the primary ESP, and if we successfully reboot, we'll then update the backup
secondary.
one.
I gotcha.
The installer just recently got the ability to do multiple ESPs. So it's an evolving technology. That's probably that strategy I like that. Very boot once-ish.
So I've just changed the config file to point it at 14.3 instead. And if all goes according to plan here, we should be able to, if I can type, so it tells us it's going to upgrade 370 packages, and we'll say go ahead, and it'll fetch the 14.3 packages, and then we'll reboot, and hopefully it will
not catch fire.
Come back up properly.
All right, well, thank you, Ed. We'll keep watching the screen. Why don't we get
Go ahead and just say a couple words.
Hello, hello, hello.
For our next talk of the day, if you want to make your way back to your seats.
See, it running a little late.
Okay, for our next talk for today, we're going to have an update from the FreeBSD Foundation. I believe Deb is going to start, and then let's hand off to Ed partway through. So I'll hand it off to you, Deb.
Okay, great. Thank you, John. So, okay, great. Thank you, John. So, hi, everyone. Hi, everyone. I'll wait, give a few seconds for people to find their seats. So, Ed and I are sharing a lot. We're going to talk about the work that we're doing. Can you hear? You can't hear? So I think we need to turn the audio. Oh, so maybe. So is that better? Okay, so maybe I will switch this. Oh, that's a great idea. Okay, I think. So if I'm talking like this, no. It needs to be faced up. My neck. Okay, can you hear now though? Like, so where it is. So if I don't move, then we're good. Right? Everyone in the back good? Okay, great, thank you. So I'm Deb Goodkin, and I'm the Executive Director of the FreeBSD Foundation. So who here isn't really aware of what we do? So raise your hand if you really don't know. Oh, so we do have a few people. I do see some hands of people who, well, actually, I mean, everyone always knows what we do. And so, so I'm not going to go into a lot of detail about what we do, but we are here to support the FreeBSD project and community. And so first I want to talk about who's on our team. I'm not going to go into detail. I don't have a lot of time. I want an opportunity to talk about the technical work that we're supporting. But we do have full-time staff as well as part-time staff members. We also have a full set of contractors who do a lot of software development for us. And then we have our board of directors. John Baldwin is on our board, and he's our only representative. They're responsible for providing governance for the foundation, as well as fiduciary responsibility. So we are here to support you. And so you, the folks here, I think are a really good representation of our community. I mean, we have people here who are, let's see, someone who's been one of the original BSD software developers. We have a former recent GSOC student. We have a mentor for a GSOC student. We have many corporations, commercial users of FreeBSD who use it on their products. We have our security officer here. We have a release engineering manager here. Trying to think of all the people we have here. People who lead meetings, weekly meetings, get people within the community working together on common, and we are here to support you. And I think we all want the same thing. I mean, we want security. We want FreeBSD to be secure. We want it to be reliable. We want it to grow. We want more people using it. And we want FreeBSD to grow in itself. We want it to be innovative, and we want companies and users to be able to innovate on it. We want an engaged community, and so really to be around for the long run. So we're here to support that in various ways. So in my talk today, I'm just going to cover 3 areas of what we support, things that I think this audience would be interested in learning more about. So I'm going to start off with our financial health and sustainability, because well, I'll go over that later. But so earlier you heard from Michael Wenser from Alpha Omega, and he, I think, indirectly talked about how you as a commercial user, that your business outcomes are directly tied to FreeBSD's security posture. And he also mentioned how important for commercial users to help fund efforts to ensure FreeBSD is secure, reliable, and meets regulatory requirements. So I'm going to share a little bit about how we spend our money. So for 2025, this is our budget, very high-level view of it, but it shows how much money we have allocated to software development. So 62% of our budget is $3.1 million this year. And we've raised about $1.3 million at this point. Our goal this year is at $2 million or more. And so where does that money go? We use that for funding FreeBSD advocacy, all the software work that we're doing. And Ed will go into details about that work that we're doing. Security, supporting the security team, and we also have people who are working on security. Infrastructure, we spent over $100,000 this year on helping to update and modernize our infrastructure. And then legal support, the standards and government requirements, following along on that, and in-person events like this. Zooming down into that software development budget, which was 62% of our budget, this shows you the 3 main areas where we're spending the money this year. So we're funding a laptop project. We're also doing a bunch of work that's being supported by the Sovereign Tech Agency. And then we have our general OS support, which includes things like OpenJDK and virtualization, Beehive, stuff like that. And like I said, Ed will go into more detail about what we're doing there. So because of these organizations I listed here who donated this year, we've been able to do many of these initiatives or work on or fund, but it doesn't cover everything. And so we knew this year that we were going to pull money out of our investments in order to accelerate a lot of the work which we believe would benefit FreeBSD in the long term. But if you don't see your company up here, I'd really love to hear from you why. but not now, so you don't have to say it now. But really what I would like is, we have a hallway track, we have breaks, we'll have the social event, and I'd love to hear from you just to understand what we could do to improve our messaging to show the value that we're providing. So that financial sustainability, that allows us to increase our FreeBSD advocacy. So I'm going to talk about what we're doing there. So we call it advocacy. Sometimes we call it marketing. And marketing is that term, or whatever, it's sometimes looked down on. We are incorporating this philosophy of storytelling. And we're asking, so when we're talking about what's happening in FreeBSD, we think of ourselves as storytellers. And so when we looked at what we should be doing to promote FreeBSD and how we use our limited resources, we reevaluated different areas, and we determined that we should focus mostly on the software development improvement. So that's why most of our funding is going there, but also to focus on technical marketing. And so we wanted someone with a strong technical background who could bridge the gap between FreeBSD's technical development efforts. Someone who could translate complex features into compelling messages for users and partners. So the folks here are helping to do that. And so the focus right now is increasing the visibility and engagement of the community and creating impactful and informative content that will help bring more people to the project, whether they're contributors, usual users. So who here has watched any of our newer videos that Mark has created? Okay. So what do you think of them? Great. Great. So Mark joined this team. Actually, in this previous slide, I don't think I shared who. Maybe I had skipped this. So Mark joined as our technical marketing manager, and so I call him our master storyteller. He's dabbling in other areas too, helping us in testing and things like that. And many of you may have met him already, and he's connected with many project members. Florine is doing all of our social media and has really increased the amount of postings that we've done for the project in general. And then Anne has stepped in to help manage their work as well as doing a lot of the writing for us. With these videos, the main goal is really to increase the number of users. And so Mark started with a series of making it easier for people to get started. So if someone has an interest in FreeBSD and they try something and then it fails and then they get frustrated and they leave, he's making these videos so that they're short and interesting and informative, and to grab someone's interest so they'll want to continue using FreeBSD. Mark does bring along history of using FreeBSD, and so he has strong engineering and technical background as well as experience creating content for other companies. And I found that he has this wit and levity to create the most interesting videos. So that one was on jails. And it's just in a sec, because I'm going to actually share one. So I don't know if you heard about OCI, that it was that FreeBSD was accepted in the just I think it was last week, and we came out with an announcement on that. Mark landed a video and blog post on Friday, and I'll tell you, the engagement was amazing. We've had more views on that video. I looked at the stats on Sunday when I was putting this together, and we had more engagement, visibility than any other of the videos or content that we've produced before. So how is this helping you? I mean, it's a video. But these videos are going to introduce new people to FreeBSD. And like I said before, it's reducing the friction and of getting started with FreeBSD. I don't know how many install fests I've been part of, and even us who are running these install fests, sometimes we're just running issues, and it is frustrating. So he's working to get around those. And so he's making sure when he puts these videos together that they do work. He actually spends a lot of time understanding what the technology is that he's trying to share and works with the developers on it too. And if it doesn't work yet, if it's not ready, he won't create a video. And we've seen this community engagement that he and Florine have both been inviting and encouraging. We've been working with the different like agencies and working groups that are out there for this year. And so we've been keeping on top of this, and we're aware that we need this for our manufacturers by the end of next year. And so we're putting a plan. So the good thing is that he's already explained to you what it is. It's basically if you sell software in the EU, then you have to follow these requirements that they've already laid out. But there's so many things that are unknown right now, and so here I'm just saying, these are the 3 groups that we're participating in, and right now what we're doing is we're putting a plan together for 2026. And what are the resources we need? What do we need to do? How do we work with the project? And because we're going to have to be able to work with the project to be able to support this. We're also going to be working with our partners on this and what are their needs, and help them out so they're ready to go by the end of the year. So we're calling it our CRA readiness project, and so I do want to ask for especially commercial vendor users, out there to work with us on this. So my call to action to you is be our storytellers. Everyone here is using FreeBSD in different ways. And so share your use cases, share your stories, write blogs, and let us know too what you'd like us to share if we're not sharing it. Tell us your challenges and your concerns, and also what do you value in FreeBSD and what is missing. And then partner with the foundation. We do need your financial support so we can increase our support for next year. So thank you, and I'm going to hand this off to Ed.
Maybe you want to take a question for a minute or so while I get the.
Oh, that's probably good.
I
was going to grab my popcorners.
Comments or questions?
Yeah, does anyone have any questions? And also, we're here, and so, feel free to come up, and I'm happy, or, Ed and I are both happy to sit down and talk to you and find out. We do want to hear what your challenges are and concerns. We always like to hear, too, what you like about FreeBSD, because we do share that and promote that as part of our social media and our storytelling philosophy, too. So are you good?
All right, I'm going to have to do a bit of an abbreviated version of this presentation because we're a little bit behind. So I just wanted to start off with what the Foundation's mission is with respect to our development. And the point I have on this slide is really just that this is something the Foundation's been doing sort of since its inception. We've been supporting software development and providing hardware to the project. In this case, buying a DVD writer for some driver development and some early locking. In the network stack, the 2 earliest examples of sponsored work that I could find in the commit logs. But that's how we started off in 2001. Sort of the projects that we took on then were largely individual developer grants. So someone would come to the Foundation and say, I have an idea, I have a project I want to work on, I have some time available. and we would be able to sponsor that person individually to get a specific project on a point project that didn't really fit into a broader theme. In the 2010s, we started as the foundation's budget grew and the capacity we had to take on projects grew, and our own internal development staff or kind of long-term contractors started growing. We were able to take on larger projects that fit into a theme. And so the first example of this would be the ARM64 project, which was the port of FreeBSD to ARM64, which was in progress in the community, but there were a number of different people kind of all contributing different parts, and it was a larger project really than someone could reasonably take on in an independent context. So the foundation stepped in, coordinated with a couple of funding sources, a developer in the community and a contract house, and provided some of our own development resources to bring that together and kind of take on a single larger project that's larger in scope and in time. And now, with the staff that we have now, we've taken on even larger sort of holistic themed projects with kind of a broad goal. But we do still fund individual impactful project grants. So echoing what Deb said, this might be a slightly different timescale than Deb's chart, but a little bit under half of the budget for the software development budget for 2025 has gone into the laptop effort. The Sovereign Tech Agency investments represent, the blue ones there represent a pretty substantial portion, and then we do continue sort of general funding. So I mentioned taking on bigger projects. Alice has been instrumental in that. So Alice has been managing the Sovereign Tech Agency projects and the laptop project. So projects that sort of have multiple contributors and have more of a project management need. Joe continues overseeing the sort of individual grants and other projects that we take on that don't fit into those two big categories that Alice has been involved in. So just a quick view of people on the technology team in one way or another. People on here are some of them are full-time employees, some of them are long-term contractors for us, and some of them are individual project grant recipients. So they're working some number of hours on an individual project. And then there's a couple of people on here who don't do a lot of work for us, but are available as subject matter experts. So like Mark, for instance, Mark Johnson is on here. If we have a security vulnerability, say, that's been reported, and we need someone with VM expertise, Mark is able to take that on for a specific subject matter need. Just the work that we do, this is looking at the source tree, and so just an interesting stat. So of the commits in the source tree over 1 year that identify a sponsor, something like 40% of those commits are sponsored by the foundation. And then of all of the commits, so sponsored and non-sponsored, the foundation's a little bit over 20% of all commits right now. And over time, this is the number of unique committers or contributors in a year that have committed work sponsored by the foundation. So you can see, as I was saying, sort of 2020 and on, as we've been taking on bigger and bigger projects, we have more and more people on a consistent basis who have been contributing to the tree. The last two bars really represent the Sovereign Tech Agency effort and the laptop project. And so I don't anticipate that this is going to be a hockey stick continue going up into the right graph. This is a couple of specific big projects that have been responsible for the most recent growth there. So I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the work that we've done over the last year. We continue buying hardware that's needed for the project. So there's about $100,000 worth of servers that have been bought to stand up the NYI Chicago site. So NYI is a long-term donor to the project, providing data center space, transit, and power. And so we have a site in Chicago. We have rack space in Chicago, and we've bought the hardware that's going to be installed there and stand up a second location for project resources. So there's 13 servers there that are being installed. So back to the earlier comment about larger projects. So we have a number of sort of funding sources that have been responsible for projects that new sources of funding, basically, to take on work that we couldn't in the past. And so Quantum Leap Research, a private company, is one of them. The Sovereign Tech Agency, an agency of the German government, and then the Alpha Omega Project are sort of three large sources that are relatively new to us in the foundation. So over the last year and a half-ish or so, we have three big projects. The laptop project, Quantum Research provided funding for this, and then the foundation is using just general funds that we have from our investments and general donations. And so this is a whole bunch of work basically supporting laptop usability, and the intent, I'll get to this in just a minute more. Sovereign Tech Agency is quite a large investment for 5 different infrastructural aspects in FreeBSD: build infrastructure, security-related things, technical debt reduction, cleaning up long-standing issues, that sort of thing. And then Alpha Omega projects, as Michael mentioned earlier, we talked about audits earlier, and we have the beach cleaning exercise that I'll talk about very briefly coming up as well. So laptop and laptop support really, when I've brought this up in the past, people have said, like, is 2023 or 4 or 5, is this the year of FreeBSD on the laptop? And that's not really the goal here, but our goal in supporting this work is really to make sure that FreeBSD remains a viable and compelling option for the people in this room, for the developer community, for people in university courses, people interested in learning about systems programming. It's a much more usable environment to be in if the laptop that you're using in your day-to-day sort of life can run FreeBSD rather than having to run it in a VM or SSHing into a server always. Being able to do your work natively on FreeBSD is really key for people who really want to get to the low-level aspect. And then, over time, we will try and get the rough edges filed off and make things generally easy to use for people coming new to the community. And so there's a number of things in here. Wi-Fi, certainly people have noticed the stability and performance improvements is a big one. We've done lots of audio work, and a bit more to do to productize this, but lots of completed and in progress work. And so here is a slide basically that just lists at a high level the kinds of things that have been done under the laptop effort. I'll take a quick pause if there's any questions or comments on anything here. Adrian? Oh, yeah, if you want to. I'll come over to you while we get the other mic sorted.
So what's the money split been like between funding each of those areas? Like, is most of it going to Wi-Fi? Is most of it going to audio? I mean, I'm sure not most of it's going to audio, but like, what's taking all the money?
So I think the slide earlier had it broken down by specific area. The largest portion of the funding so far has been in Wi-Fi work.
Is that worth it? Like, do you think you've got a good return for the money that's been spent on Wi-Fi to what we've gotten out of it the last couple of years? I'm not asking to be evil. I'm asking, like, I want to understand if we need to figure out how to make it easier to get more work done with the same amount of money.
Yeah, it is a great question. I mean, I think we clearly want to get good value out of the donations that we spend. And certainly there are a number of things in Wi-Fi specifically that have been a very long-running effort to get to where we are today. I think, you know, we have a number of things that were sort of incremental infrastructural improvements that are finally getting to the point of paying off. And I think there are open questions as to whether the Linux KPI approach for Wi-Fi drivers is the way to go or not. And I think, you know, we've looked at things like trying the IWX port to be able to help answer some of those questions. I think it is definitely a good question and something that, you know, we definitely want to pay attention to. I think we certainly have, the results certainly are getting to where we want to be. And you know, moving forward, yeah, we definitely want to make sure that the things are good value.
So out of curiosity with everyone in the room here, who's using like a FreeBSD laptop with somewhat recent Wi-Fi in it and having it work? Oh, nice. That's about bloody time. Thank you.
Some links here for the laptop effort, status updates, and the tasks that we have and such. So I will quickly go through the Sovereign Tech Agency projects. So the first one, they've been broken down into 5 different sections. They're called work packages. And so the first one was billed as technical debt reduction. It included some effort to go and do bug backlog triage, build out some additional tooling to help understand the backlog. So the Grimoire Lab dashboard that's mentioned here ingests data from Beehive or from the PR database from Bugzilla, and produces some information that we can use to try and understand how we're doing on an ongoing basis. Given that my slot is almost done, I'm going to sort of quickly give a very high level coverage of each of these. Work package B, the headline was zero trust builds. Broadly speaking, this is no root, so unprivileged builds for the release artifacts and reproducible builds. And so we're we have the release artifacts now, so the ISOs, the VM images and such can be built without root privilege, and we're sort of iterating on that into 15.0. Colin might have some comments on 15.0 in his talk tomorrow, but we're basically on a path to having all of the artifacts built without needing to be root to run the build, and have them be reproducible by end users to give confidence that you know, the source code that you can download matches what the binary that you would get out of the end result. Work package C is effort on CI, building out integration with running tests in cloud environments, extending some of our own internal Jenkins infrastructure, building out some tooling that we will be able to use for pre-commit CI. So like a GitHub pull request style workflow, you'll be able to submit a change and find the results, find the test results before it goes into the tree. And then the last 2 are related to sort of software provenance, so ports and packages security. Basically, one of the items here is looking at providing a replacement for VUXML, which is our bespoke vulnerability reporting format, to an industry standard called OSV that is implemented or is used by multiple different ecosystems. And so we'll be able to use common tooling and share vulnerability data that affects FreeBSD in a way that is common across all multiple different different project communities. And then finally, work package E specifically is SBOM generation, so being able to produce software bill of materials for the third-party components that exist in FreeBSD and the FreeBSD base system itself, the bespoke software that we have in the kernel and userland. And then again, some links to information about the topics here and the project updates. And then some alpha omega projects. I include the audit here just because this wrapped up after last year's vendor summit, and I would definitely advise having a look at this audit report if you are you're so inclined. Alpha Omega funded us to work with a third-party audit firm, and they did a Beehive and Capsicum we identified Beehive and Capsicum as the two focus areas for a targeted audit. We found quite a number of vulnerabilities. Some of them are sort of either low or informational severity, but there were a couple of critical issues that were found as a result of this. And so the report talks about the individual vulnerabilities that were found and fixed, but also the broader sort of development experience and environment and ways that we can approach things to try and prevent similar classes of issues. I put this in here sort of as a call for feedback. I think these sorts of audits can provide quite a lot of value, and I think definitely if there's vendors in the room who have an interest in specific areas and might be willing to collaborate on funding the audit itself and remediation of vulnerabilities that are found, definitely let's talk during the break. And then the beach cleaning exercise Michael alluded to earlier. So I have the the obligatory XKCD slide on here. And so essentially, yeah, this is looking at the third-party software components that exist in the FreeBSD base system. And as we've been going through this, we've sort of extended the thinking a little bit to say, well, there's things in the base system, and then there's also things that are very closely related to the base system. So Git, for instance, is a key component now of our build process. It's not part of the base system, but it's very important for us to consider it in this kind of context. And so the goal of this project is basically to enumerate all of the third-party software that we consume, and then for each of those components, assess them on metrics relating to their risk. How healthy is the upstream project? And so we want to find the projects that we depend on that are either the most significant in terms of security impact or the most that most need some sort of help and investigation. And for each of them, we want to figure out, if there is a problem with that third-party software, we either want to try and help fix it, so we can either collaborate with the upstream or bring light to it and try and find a path forward. If it is a dead project or the upstream is no longer viable, maybe we have to fork it and maintain our own version of it, or the other case is maybe we just don't need it at all and we can just forego the use of that software. And then in all of these sorts of things, one of the goals we have is not only producing this list and or producing the sort of direct deliverables that relate to that project, but try and find processes that we can use on an ongoing basis that we can share with the broader open source community, or that we can iterate on again, in a year or 2 years or 3 years, not just get it done once, produce a report and fix some things and say, okay, we're good now. Try and find a path for sustainable ongoing improvements. And then finally, a couple of point projects here. So we have quite a few of them, but I have a couple just to highlight. So OpenJDK has been identified within the vendor community for quite a long time as something that has been an impediment to FreeBSD use. Just that we had a outdated version, or there are bugs in the OpenJDK on FreeBSD. And so we're about a year and a half, I think, into having Harold work on on OpenJDK for FreeBSD, and so we've resurrected the BSD port. We've been working on upstreaming the changes that have been collecting in our local repository, and then the goal is going to be to have upstream FreeBSD integrated into the upstream CI and just be a standard part of the upstream process. I see there's a question at the back.
Why are you using OpenJDK? It is not safe, it is not secure, it should not be used. You should be using Adoptium. Like literally the OpenJDK builds, very high on the list is this is not meant for production use. Adoptium from the Eclipse folks, the Tamarin builds, pass all the tests, performance and more, reproducible builds. Like, rip this out, make it go away, make it die a horrible death now, kill it with fire. Please?
Yeah, we can have a chat in the break as well. But yeah, certainly. I mean, yes. Our goal. So at a high level, our goal is for JDK in general on FreeBSD to be no different than any other open source operating system. And then libvirt, as part, related to the Sylph project that we showed, and also just sort of in general, libvirt is a common Linux component or Linux ecosystem component for managing virtual machines. It has a Beehive backend, and we've been funding some work to just make sure that the Beehive backend works well and is supported, getting the upstream CI tests running and things like that. And then finally, Google Summer of Code. I wanted to just mention it because Google Summer of Code has been a great source of new people to FreeBSD. Very capable people ending up coming to FreeBSD via Google Summer of Code and either sort of sticking around, becoming mentors in later years. GSOC has been really good for us attracting new systems programmers and sort of exposing FreeBSD to the community of new people that we want to try and bring in. So I've just listed the projects that we have from last year's from the GSOC that wrapped up over this year. And so we have a number of people who are still sort of, or we have a number of people who are current or former GSOC participants in the room here today, and I think it's great that GSOC has served this role. So I think we very much want to continue supporting GSOC, and I think that's what I have in my very abbreviated, slightly overtime version. But I think maybe we can have a minute or two if John lets me, or maybe John's going to push me off the stage.
Yeah, I think we need to get our last break in so we can prepare for our last session. So thank you, Ed, very much, and Deb as well.
I will happily chat with folks over the break.
Yep. Okay.
Thanks.
Sure, and our, yes, go ahead, you can clap. Not for me. Our last session, we'll start at the top of the hour, is going to be something we call round robin. So we're going to have two folks up here on stage talking with each other. If you're interested in being a person, come find me. Otherwise, I'm going to volunteer some people that you're going to come up here. So we'll figure that out during the break. Thanks. Okay, folks, if we can come back to our seats. We have one more session for today. Okay, for our last session of the day, we're going to do something a bit more, less scripted and interactive. So I need Olivier, and I need Emmerich.
Oh, that's all right.
Yep. Pick a seat. Either seat. And the way this is going to work is I'm going to, in a second, hand my mic to Olivier and set a timer for 5 minutes, and y'all figure out what you want to talk about for 5 minutes. And then, who am I going to, I think I'm going to kick off Olivier first. So at 5 minutes, you'll leave, and you'll come back at the end, and then I'll find the next person and let you know who you are.
Have to speak for 10 minutes.
Yeah, you'll be fine.
All right.
All right, so let's go for it. Have fun, guys.
Thanks.
Introduce yourselves.
Yeah, hi everyone. Hi mum, hi dad. I'm Emmerich and I work for Clara and the foundation. And for the foundation, I do power management stuff for laptops. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm Olivier. I've been using FreeBSD for more than 20 years, but really engaging with the community relatively recently. I've been a committer since 2 years and working on lots of different stuff, some security, scheduling, recently on credentials, and lots of interesting stuff, and trying to fix problems that I encountered when using it on my different machines. So I'm from France, actually. Emmerich is from Belgium.
Yes,
so
but also sort of France.
Yeah, kind of. So sometimes we speak in French, but we're not going to do that now.
On va essayer.
That's right.
What do you want to talk about, Olivier?
Well, we've seen maybe a bit earlier different good stuff that is going into 15.0. There's also maybe less shiny but important stuff that is going into it. I would like to talk, for example, about DRM and graphics. Actually, I don't know for how long you've been using FreeBSD, but I tried it on laptops maybe 20 years ago, and I tried to continuously use it on laptops. And believe me, I don't remember exactly the dates, but in the decade, in the 2010s, at some point it was really difficult to have hardware support. And fortunately, these days are behind us now because we have funding and we have made a lot of progress to support different cards and more modern hardware. But do you have some horror stories of hardware support, or in the past days, or maybe you were too young?
I mean, the past days for me weren't that long ago. So actually, on desktops, I've never really had any issues with DRM. I've always, happened to have chips that's like 1 generation old, and I feel like FreeBSD, at least in the time that I've been using it, has been pretty good with that. Yeah, the only situation where I've had issues with graphics, and I was talking to Roussin about this earlier, is for Raspberry Pis, because FreeBSD doesn't have support for the VC4 chips and Raspberry Pi 1 and 0 and those ones. So
yeah, it is really nice to have support for, but yeah. Unfortunately, yeah, I've been always looking that from distant standpoint, because I'm not a hardware guy at start, and ARM64, yeah, I would like to dive into it at some point, but it's on standby for now, I would say. So about DRM, we have we are now supporting more recent versions of it. For 15.0, we'll be supporting actually DRM 6.6 from Linux. And in the past weeks, I worked on trying to fix a very annoying bug where you could have stuttering, and then at some point the machine completely freezing on some AMD GPUs with only some specific models. And it turned out, the investigation lasted for a few weeks, actually, and it turned out that the drivers were trying to do contiguous physical allocations in weird ways, and usually these were not really necessary. So we had to fix different calls from there. We also had to make the FreeBSD VM more robust for that, to be able to support fast failure if you cannot allocate the requested amount. So end-to-end, now I enjoy a desktop without freezes and at all. So it's really, really nice to have that.
Thank you for that. I was actually running into this issue and it kind of disappeared one day, but yeah, I was running Firefox and like software rendering because it was like causing that issue very quickly.
Yeah, Firefox was notorious for causing that really quickly. It was so annoying. In fact, basically, you can, if you were using that machine, for example, for development and browsing at the same time, it was a nightmare. You couldn't work basically, or you could work maybe an hour and then would become so slow that was really unbearable.
Well, thank you for fixing that.
Well, thanks. So let's maybe talk about power, no?
Yeah, we can. It's almost there. Modern standby is almost there. I haven't been
great.
Sorry.
Great.
Yeah. I haven't been very good at committing my changes, but it's getting there. I mean, it works. There's some USB 4 issues where like when we try to suspend, we get a bunch of hot plug events from the USB NHI, which is like the USB 4 controller. And they kind of fill up the rings and everything kind of stops working. And so we have to like reset the controller. But we can also just not fix this issue for now and just have suspend do this whole like a USB 4 controller resetting. It works for now.
Okay, but
yeah, well. But the next thing I think that, and the foundation is focusing on this, but the big next step is S4, because currently with the stuff that I've worked on, you're still losing about 20% overnight.
Okay.
And, well, goodbye, Olivier. Nice talking to you.
See you.
Hi, my name's Kayla.
Hey, Kayla. How are you doing? I don't think we've met yet.
No, we haven't.
You were the GSOC student this year, right?
Yeah, I was.
Yes. How was it? What were you working on? Sorry,
So-
pardon my lack of, of knowledge.
It's totally okay. So I was working on the bootloader. It is doing some guesswork for the ACPI device nodes. Yeah.
Right.
Does everyone here know what ACPI is? Yay. So I did work to have it initialize in the bootloader, and I extended it to have a Lua interface, so you can also script it in the loader if you'd like.
Okay. What does that look like in practice? What are you scripting?
So you
exactly?
can print the device nodes, you can evaluate them in the loader, you can see what their state is, and then that can let you build or load the kernel how you need it to. And you can also read messages left on the device tree.
Okay, awesome. How was your experience with GSOC?
It was wild.
It was wild?
Yeah, it was a lot of fun though. It was a massive project. I've never done something like this before.
Mhm.
I had to do like a 20-page proposal, did like dependency analysis, tooling, testing, everything from start to finish to get it into production. It was crazy.
Yeah, awesome.
Yeah.
Your mentor was Warner, right?
Yes, correct.
Yeah. That's cool. Would you recommend people to do GSOC?
I would actually.
Yes.
I think it was a fantastic project. It taught me so much that I feel like you don't get in school.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
What was your experience with FreeBSD beforehand?
I was, the only thing I had with FreeBSD before that was I have it as my web server
Mhm.
and my NAS.
Okay.
So I've played with it a little bit there, but I mainly run Gentoo Linux, so I don't have like daily use on it that way.
That's cool.
Mhm.
Yeah, as far as I know, Gentoo's port stuff was inspired by FreeBSD.
Yeah,
Maybe, I
exactly,
don't know, this
yeah.
is way before my time. But
Yeah, no, exactly.
So, all right.
Mhm.
Any other subjects you want to talk about?
Well, I'm curious about your work, more about yours.
My GSOC stuff, I worked on, that's also something I've never really committed. Batman work, I worked on this porting, this, I guess, a networking driver for like Wi-Fi mesh networks from Linux to FreeBSD, and so that was a lot of Linux KPI work.
Mhm.
And I have committed none of it. So
Oh,
I don't
no.
even know how relevant any of it is anymore, but you know, one of these days I'm gonna go through it and actually commit the stuff that I did.
Oh yeah, just dust the cobwebs off, right? and
Dust the
it'll work.
cobwebs off,
Yeah.
the many, many cobwebs. I think it's got like a crust of cobwebs on top, like this thick. It's disgusting. Anyway.
But how was it for you then?
It was great. My mentor was Mehdi Mokhtari, who actually I haven't seen since. I don't think I've ever met him in person even. But no, he was great. It was, I think, a very formative experience. Like I spent a whole summer just like diving through the code base. It was a way bigger project than I anticipated.
Yeah, right.
But I think it definitely taught me to navigate through big code bases. Like I
Yes.
think before that I was definitely uncomfortable, and since then I feel, yeah, definitely much more comfortable just with big code bases, just finding what I want to find.
Yeah, for sure, me too.
Yeah.
I completely agree.
Yeah.
I had to learn how to like you need to know like the scope of where you're in and like the build order, and you need to do it at the right level, or else you'll just double build, or it won't even be built into where you actually need it to go. So it taught me a lot about that too.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Why did you decide to work on ACPI stuff? I feel like that's kind of a form of self-torture.
I don't know. Maybe I like self-torture.
You do? Okay.
But I liked the Lua bindings aspect of it. I had known Warner through my boyfriend Tyler. He did GSOC the year before, and I was looking at his list of crazy ideas, and I really liked the Lua bindings aspect, but I really liked that ACPI is like a well-known specification. It's something that I could really just like hammer at and go at with home and put on my resume and have something that really stands out. And I feel like I got a lot out of it because of that. It was intimidating because I was reading all the specifications, and it's like 100-page manuals, and then there's so much work in the space. But I definitely am happy that I did that, and I feel like because of that, like we've been talking about, I learned like so much, and I grew a lot as a developer and learned a lot about like the history of these organizations. So it was really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely think GSOC projects on FreeBSD is a pretty awesome thing for a resume. If any prospective GSOC students are watching.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, see ya.
Bye.
Hi, I'm Simon.
Nice to meet you. I'm Kayla.
So I might be hitting you up on the Lua stuff at some point in the future. That's something that we...
Yeah, for sure.
pursue.
I'd love to help you out there.
Yes, I'll talk into the mic. How's that? Is that better? Yeah.
So what's your work with FreeBSD?
So I work for Juniper now, HP. I work on pretty much everything. I do make in NetBSD and FreeBSD. And so all of the build architecture at Juniper is probably my fault. I also work on the loader for all of our embedded products. A bunch of Mac modules for securing the system and so on. Pretty much anything. My job is basically to do whatever is needed.
That's really cool. What got you started in FreeBSD?
Well, when I joined Juniper, that was I'd never used FreeBSD as such. I've been using BSD since '93, when my Sun workstation got hit by lightning, but up until I joined Juniper, I was mostly NetBSD. And FreeBSD is what Juniper used, so I had to start using that.
How was that transition?
Painless. I mean,
That's good.
At a high level, they're the same thing. I mean, NetBSD is BSD for BSD snobs. FreeBSD is a little bit more open, as it were, a bit more, especially for x86. NetBSD is, or it was, I came from a Sun background, so they were much more into, you know, running on your toaster and everything else that, you know, anything that has an MMU. But no, FreeBSD is, you know, what my main machines at home run these days. So
Nice. Do you have any stories? You've been in this industry for a long time.
I probably do. I remember one of the earliest bugs that I worked on at Juniper, which turned out to be a kernel bug. I'm not sure who's responsible for it, but we had one of our daemons crashing under very odd circumstances. Usually it turned out that it only crashed after it had been swapped out and then swapped back in.
Oh, wow.
And to cut a long story short, what was happening was when it got swapped back in, the page table was still saying that, you know, this page needs to be zero filled. And so a page that had been initialized when the program was first run, when it got swapped back in, would be refilled with zeros. And of course, that didn't work so well.
Yeah. Wow.
But yeah. And what about yourself? So you've been doing some loader stuff. Anything else?
I've just been doing that, maintaining my web server, and I want to get, so for my GSOC work, we were only able to get AMD 64 compatibility in over the summer. So my next plan, once we get this work into the tree, I want to start working on ARM compatibility. And then there's also some areas on the Lua interface side of it that I like to extend. I didn't get to finish everything that I really wanted to. So that's where I'm going with next.
So this is maintaining the self-flagellation
Yeah.
approach.
Exactly.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's a great architecture, but the implementations sometimes leave a little to be desired, it seems, at least from the vendors that we've used.
Yeah. It was tough to debug it because I'm working in the loader runtime, right? So I don't have all of the niceties that some things afford you. Like, I was having a general protection fault because I had passed a pointer incorrectly, but I didn't know that at the time. So I was trying to do GDB, do all of these things, and GDB kept telling me that it was here, and then I would do it again, and it would say, no, it's here. So I just had to I just finally figured out that if I just take the offset from the RIP instruction, calculate that, and then I can trace the object dump file, then I can find exactly where it's faulting. So that was like very new to me, very interesting wild ride. Stuff like that happened all summer. Also, to get ACPI into the loader, I tried to subset it to reduce it because we're working in the loader, so we don't want to have excess symbols on the table. So that required doing dependency analysis, which I had to write a shell script, use cflow. It recursively called all of the dependencies and printed a tree for me, and then I had a linker script that would take every linker error, compare it to the dependency tree. If it's in the dependency tree, then include it. If not, then I have to come in and prune it out, essentially. Doing that, I was able to subset ACPI by 12.71%. So that was a couple of really hard things that kind of fought me over the summer.
That's very cool, though. Well done.
Thank you.
I mean, that's one of the nice things about working on projects like this. I remember one of the early DEs. I'll just finish this story. At Juniper, I'd walked up to this guy and I'd asked him a question about, do you know how the TTY driver works? And he goes, I don't, but I should. Let's go look. And you dive into the code, and if you don't know how something works, you can look at the entire system And if you have the time and the interest, you can work out the whole, obviously, as I'm sure you're aware, it can be tedious, but you have everything in front of you and you can work out how the whole system works if you
Exactly.
have sufficient interest.
Yeah.
It's great.
Hmm. Thank you.
Hello again, Simon.
Hi.
We have a microphone here.
Yeah, so that's
great.
we can
Microphones,
jam.
Plural. We can jam.
Yeah.
You play an instrument?
I don't.
Oh.
My kids do. I don't.
I learned piano and then I forgot how to play. So, if that's possible.
My kids. If you have kids, a tip when you get instructors for piano and stuff like that, we had great luck with our piano teacher, keeping them progressing but not being too obsessive, helps them keep interest. By contrast, my older daughter wanted to learn violin. We got a Russian teacher, burned any interest in violin out of her within 6 months. So
intense.
Way too intense, yeah. So yeah, the piano teacher worked well.
So we met earlier. I'm Ron Pagani Jr. I'm a product guy, but also a polyglot when it comes to OSs, and that's kind of what keeps me in the loop in FreeBSD world. That and having worked for vendors that touch something related to FreeBSD probably. Admittedly, I probably have done a lot more with Linux. That's not a knock on FreeBSD, but I guess my question would be, what was your first Unix?
My first Unix was System 5 on an NS32 bare board that a friend of mine had spread across a shelf in his room with a disk drive that you had to tap with a hammer when you powered it up to get it to spin up. That was in 1984.
What was the size of that hard drive?
Oh, it was huge, something like 5 megabytes.
5 megs, yeah.
Yeah. And but around the same time, I was also, I was working for Honeywell, so mainframes and minis, and the stuff where the disk drives are the size of washing machines.
Like maybe PDP type?
Oh no, the big stuff like GCOS. So the last when I joined Honeywell, the banks in Australia were claiming that they were going to do away with Honeywell and go all IBM. When I left 7 years later, they'd just bought a new DPS-90 mainframe from Honeywell because they couldn't get an IBM machine to run fast enough to replace it.
Okay, well, I'm not quite as interesting. My first Unix, though some folks, some of the purists might debate whether it's actually Unix, was Next. Back in the day, like early 90s, my school was fortunate enough to have gotten a grant, and we'd gotten some Next workstations, and that was my first exposure. And then that crafted enough curiosity for me that I started getting copies of Slackware and floppies, and I think I attempted a FreeBSD install at some point. I don't remember which version it was at this time because it's been a long time. I think it might have been on a CD, maybe, but maybe not. And I don't know. It's been fascinating to see how systems evolve, over the years. I mean, I think that's an understatement, right? Talking about capacities, capabilities, speed, power efficiency, protocols.
Yeah, in the good old days, in the mainframe days, when you're sizing gear to run an application, you ask the application, okay, how many IOPS do you need? Well, that dictated how many controllers you needed, how many, because these things are all massively extensible. So you can just add as many controllers and disks and so on to get whatever the IOs you need. It's not quite the same in the mini world, but still, it's all good fun. I started off with CPM back in the early 80s, I guess, but all these systems are interesting.
It's also interesting, like how software has towed the line sometimes where, hardware can't keep up, and then the other way around where hardware's gotten so fast in some cases that software doesn't keep up. It almost feels like we're inventing new ways to use hardware sometimes.
Yeah, well, hardware is just frozen software. Unfortunately, the hardware guys, when they screw up, they say, oh, it's all right, we'll get it in the next iteration. Well, that's wonderful, but I have to support your failure for the next 20 years. So there's a little bit of tension between the hardware and software guys. Because
I was thinking about this when I was approached to come up, and I thought, what could we talk about at a FreeBSD thing? And I thought to myself, having looked at this for a long time, my thinking is, and just wanted to get your thoughts, what do you think we could be doing to get more adoption of FreeBSD, given all the distractions there are of options out there? And I think the elephant in the room, at least from what my experience has been Linux, right? Like Linux just seems to be something as a default when people are looking for an open system on a, common system.
Yeah, I mean, that's been the thing since the early 90s when the, unfortunately, AT&T lawsuit came along, which gave Linux its, foot in the door, and it's been downhill ever since. Kids come out of college, that's the only thing they've been exposed to, and it's a, self-perpetuating thing. But, I mean, I know for companies like ours, we are able to influence the future of FreeBSD because, we have half a dozen committers, we have the ear of, the project and so on. Whereas we probably today are spending 10 times as much money on Linux in one way or another as we do on FreeBSD, and yet we have zero influence over any of those projects. From my point of view, it's just money down the drain. So, yeah, all for more FreeBSD adoption.
Hello, I'm Gordon. I don't think we've met.
Gordon? Haven't met, no. How are you?
What was your name again, sorry?
Ron.
Ron?
Yeah.
Good to meet you, Ron. So I'm Gordon Tello. I'm the security officer, for whatever that's worth. Although I'm the least qualified security officer I think we've ever had compared to my predecessors. But yeah, what do you want to talk about?
Let's talk about security.
Okay.
Or unless you don't, because that's a day job for you, it sounds like. So maybe
actually, it's not. I don't work on FreeBSD in my day job. Actually.
Okay.
Like I work for a completely different company that doesn't do anything with FreeBSD.
So security, what keeps you up at night?
I mean, there's a great slide that Michael W. Lucas had on a talk from a couple of years ago on FreeBSD CAN that said nothing is secure, everything is terrible. And I mean, I think that is in fact the truth. Like, it's not a question of like what it keeps me up at night. Like, honestly, nothing at this point, because it's all just like the background at this point. It's not a question of if, it's a question of when. So I don't know. Like, it's all about being able to respond to security. It's not about what keeps you up. I don't know what keeps me up at night. I sleep pretty well.
Do you think we're moving too fast and potentially leaving a lot more?
What is we?
As an industry. Sorry, I don't mean like you and I literally. Or maybe we are. Maybe you and I are moving too fast.
I don't know. Yeah. Buy me a drink first. Are we moving too fast as an industry? No. I mean, by definition, like, security is a balance. Has to balance their requirements with business, just like anything else, right? It's a competition for resources. I work in my day job, like I do security in my day job, just not on FreeBSD. And the reality is we have to try to be an enabler for business just as much as anything else. And so I think that's true regardless of what you do. Otherwise, you end up getting marginalized and you can't. So is it moving too fast? No, because it's what the business demands. Now, how you're able to temper that to still, be secure. Obviously, as an industry, we've sucked at being secure. Anything will basically show you that. But there's a lot of smarter people who have thought about this than me, so I don't have a good answer on how we get to a better spot. So.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, it always feels like there's somebody out there trying to come up with yet another startup to solve security, right? Once and for all. And it just seems like over time, the matrix of the security space, it just seems like it's exponentially like grown. Am I right or am I wrong?
I mean,
and I'm not trying to suggest that there are companies out there that shouldn't exist or that are there just to take up space, but
well, I'm
or
sure
take
some of
VC
those.
money or something, right? But
I'm sure some of those. I don't know, like. Yeah.
Let me ask you this: in 2025.
Yeah.
And just ask me a question if you don't like this question.
Okay.
In 2025, what are the spaces you find most interesting for what people are solving in the security world? Or the things that you find being problematic? So you don't have to name a company, but just like the space anyway.
Yeah. Yeah. Security. I mean, honestly, like the thing I've seen, AI being the big buzzword at the moment, and actually what we've seen at like where I work, we're big onto AI just like everybody else is these days. And I think what I've noticed most about it is AI itself isn't a security. I mean, it has plenty of security issues because it's got prompt injection built in as a base. But what I've noticed, and especially when you start talking about people doing agents and this sort of agentic and enabled kind of AI to go do stuff, is that you end up exacerbating holes in your security program that already existed. AI allows you to weaponize or exploit the weaknesses in your security program that already exists. So the basics of what is this thing allowed to do, if it was a human, it wouldn't be that big a deal because, well, humans are generally have a, I mean, I would say they have a brain, but yeah, in a group, not so much. But in a large enough company, someone is going to do the worst thing you can possibly think of. But in reality, like, you don't end up with like a data exfiltration problem. Whereas, AI is really good at exfiltrating data really fast, and will pull everything apart. So like that's the problem that we've been dealing with, is like going back to the ground floor of security models and saying, we didn't have to think about this before. Because the scale of the problem is, that could have been exploited, but it was such a small scale, it didn't matter. But with AI, it like just exponentially, like, makes it so much more of a problem. So we have to go back and look at the basics of authorization and that sort of thing.
So just essentially maybe more of a audit slash, responsibility type model.
Yeah, I mean, it's hygiene, right? It's the stuff that nobody wants to do.
Posture.
Yeah, it's the stuff nobody wants to do. I don't know, how about you? What keeps you up at night about security?
Actually, a lot of things, but I wouldn't say keeps me up at night per se, right? But, I actually am concerned about, kind of the question I asked you about how fast we're going. I feel like in the interest to get things to market, that vendors may push the envelope, and security ends up being that, unless it's in a space that's delivering on security, it's not necessarily getting that focus.
Oh, I think we have empirical data to show that. Like, that's not even a question.
Right.
Right.
And
like,
it's still, I feel like because that exists, that is what I would say is a thing that keeps me sort of on edge. Back to your point about, AI agents, et cetera, I guess my thought, and kind of out loud, is who ultimately owns the responsibility for those pitfalls? Is that the user or a vendor or something else, right? Because ultimately, these things are going to do things that we don't like, whether the user invoked it intentionally, unintentionally, or generated by the AI itself. And how do we reconcile that? And like, it's uncharted territory, right? Like, there could be many ways to do this, but generally speaking, I don't like to blame people for things. I like to blame technology.
Yeah, it's about systems. Systems that, like, you have to assume that people are going to do whatever you allow them to do. And I don't blame them for doing what you let them do. Like, you need to build systems in place that protect whatever, right? Whether that's themselves or a company's data or whatever else.
Cheers. Thank you.
I get to finish with Olivier.
Thank you. Hey.
Are we going for Caesars later?
Sorry?
Are we going for Caesars later?
We're not in Canada, but...
We're not in Canada, yeah, that's true. Let's see, so what should we talk about? I know you're jet lagged.
Yeah, completely.
Yeah.
Completely, but
Completely.
we can talk about anything. That's a good part of it.
That's a good, yeah. That's okay, everyone's already logged off the stream, it's just us talking, I think. So let's see, what was it, what have you been working, you've had a lot of commits recently, what have you been working on?
Other stuff I've been working on related to security, for example, is MacDo, which is kernel module to enable changing credentials, changing users or groups without setuid executables.
Oh, okay, right, yeah, the Mac framework stuff.
Yeah. It was started by Baptiste Roussin.
Okay.
And I extended it to actually finally control the kind of group transitions that you can do. So we have actually, I know if it's not very well known, but in FreeBSD in base we have a small executable program which is called mdo, with which you can change credentials. So it's not as featureful as sudo, for example, or doas, but for role-based scenarios, it's very useful. So you can use it. Yeah, there are complete manual pages on that. So if you want to try it, it's really it's really, or hopefully production ready. So
okay, is that going to be in 15 or?
Yeah, in 15.0 we have added with one of the GSOC students, who is called Kushira. We worked on extending mdo to be able to actually say exactly the credentials you want. So you can, if you just want, for example, to say to have the same credentials as if you log in as a specific user, you can do that. It's simple. You say, okay, I want user Joe, and it's fine. But if you want to go beyond that, for example, you would like to keep the current credentials, but just change the effective group ID, for example, or you want to remove or add some supplementary group, it's just an option away, actually. So it can be quite useful, and yeah, we're looking. Actually, it was made for role-based scenarios, but we are considering extending it in the future to be some kind of equivalent of doas, maybe, depending on user feedback. So that's why I'm talking about it. I would like feedback on this program if you're interested.
Okay, cool.
So,
and what it was mdo?
mdo. Okay. And which kind of I don't know what you can talk about actually, but what kind of security are you doing at?
I do infrastructure security for large local company, or yeah, actually it is local here. I do infrastructure security as my day job. So yeah, and now we're diving into the container world more and more, and I hate them. I hate them more and more every time I look.
Condolences.
People are like, oh, it's containers, and it is interesting, like how we keep moving up the stack in terms of like, it's first it was hardware and then it was operating systems, and now where it's like forget about the operating system, it's a container. I just want to run my app, and I don't have to think about the operating system that's underneath it, and then all this complexity of like having to write like Helm charts to do all sorts. I don't know. I just don't like it very much. It feels like a lot of obfuscation. I guess there's some utility for DevOps pipelines, but I don't know. Just not a huge fan. I don't know. How do you feel about containers?
Yeah, I have mixed feelings actually, because I think I understand part of the value of it. I mean, having reproducible stuff, or more or less reproducible, being able to deploy at scale. It's in a way it's automation, so it has value for sure. At the same time, it's piling up lots of features, and sometimes you're creating containers for very small programs where actually on FreeBSD you would use a jail and it works, and it's
kind of easy to set up. You have to edit some file, you add some directives, and it's a matter of minutes. So it feels like a huge bulldozer to sometimes to crack a nut. So it's kind of
there was a guy at my work who was like, oh yeah, you know, I put like, he was like, his day-to-day utilities, he put them into like containers. I'm like, why would you do that? Like you run LS in a container, like what? Or not, you know, but it was something like, it was just very, very odd to me. It was like, it's maybe gone a little overboard, just in terms of like, do you really need this level of stuff? I mean, there's some cool stuff with it, I guess, but you know, from a security perspective, everyone's like, oh, it's secure. I'm like, no, it's not. I mean, you know, it's less secure than VMs in a lot of ways. You're not using hardware virtualization almost. There's some stuff comes out with that now, but I think a lot of stuff doesn't typically use hardware virtualization for those. So
yeah, and most of the infrastructure, some of the infrastructure is stateless by design. So, but for some applications, you want some state. Actually, you want some databases, or you want something. So, what you're going to do is to share files or to have client-server architectures, and so it's not really isolated. So, in fact, yeah, you just cannot say, okay, it's containers, it's secure. Obviously, it doesn't work like that.
Right. Yeah. So, and then I guess it plays into it. John's kneeling. Are we good? Are we all done? All right. Well, thank you very much, everyone.
Thanks very much.
So thank you to all my volunteers who came up and talked. Y'all all did very well, actually. That was one of our better round-robin sessions all around. So that concludes our program for today, at least what we're going to stream and like watch presentations and so forth for. We'll be back here tomorrow. We start, for the stream, we'll be starting at the same time, 9 a.m. local time here, US Pacific. But that's the end of the program for today. For those of us who are here in person, we're going to have a reception. Should be ready around 5 o'clock, the same place we had lunch, I believe. If it's similar to last year, the patio area should be open for us to use as well, which would be quite nice, given that it's not pouring down rain. Yay. So that's it for today. So thank you very much, and we'll see you all tomorrow. And for those of you here, we'll hang out at the reception.